Right. Good morning, everybody. I appreciate you coming to our board meeting, spending some time with your local county government on a Tuesday at 9 a.m. So thank you for making the time to be here. This is the August 5th meeting of the Board of Supervisors. We'll call it to order at 9 o'clock. And I'm going to ask Blossom in the back if you can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so with that done, just going over the agenda very quickly for the meeting. We have a number of items on consent today. Consent calendar is when we put a number of these that are considered non-controversial together, vote on them as a block. That will be the comment period during that time. We do have a few later, and then we'll end with a couple of closed sessions. So as always, if you are here for a specific item, please speak during that time. That will be on the agenda. If it is something that is not on the agenda, we're going to be opening up oral communications right now. This is your time to address your Board of Supervisors on any issues not on the agenda. You'll have 3 minutes. Please feel free to come forward. Ron, good morning. I don't know what's going on with our mic there. Is it moving over? There we go. Perfect. Just right to where it's, yep, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Good Tuesday morning, everyone. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not here to complain about something or ask for something or demand something. Nope. Instead, I'd like to do something I normally try to do, and that is make a suggestion and also offer a possible course of action. But first, a quick background. I'm Ron Ringen, currently the president of Tuolumne Utilities District Board of Directors, among several other things. At the very beginning of this year, the TUD Board of Directors and the TUD staff committed by way of a face-to-face promise and shake of hands to work together as a team. TUD has always strived to work together for the betterment of the ratepayers and the community as a whole, but times are challenging and a relationship tune-up seemed to be needed. Since the TUD Board of Directors, staff, and employees have committed to all work together as a team, well then, I guess we all needed a coach to help us lead the charge and guide us with the game plans to negotiate these troubling times. We selected our general manager as our team coach. Let me introduce you to our TUD team coach, Don Perkins, general manager of TUD. Okay, fast forward. The TUD team is full steam ahead in accomplishing one significant thing and project after another, one right after the other. Progress like this never experienced at TUD before, and to the betterment of the entire Tuolumne County community. But an issue pops up on numerous occasions that at times hinders that great forward motion of the TUD team. Lack of communication with Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors and Tuolumne County staff. How can that be? We're all tasked to serve and make things as good as possible for the residents. Surely something must have gotten disconnected somehow. So, I'm here today to get that line of communication reconnected and to invite you, all of you, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors and county staff, to join our team to make Tuolumne County as good and safe a place to call home as possible.
Ron, thank you. And
One second.
we ran a little bit over on the 3 minutes.
Well, I just
but
have one more thing here.
we appreciate it if we're able to maybe have those and it through.
Oh, there's
Don,
one
thank
more
you.
here, Don.
All right. Don, Ron, thank you so much. All right, and in fairness too, I did make the choice to let that go a little bit over the 3 minutes, so we'll give a little extra for everybody as well. Good morning.
Good morning, I'm Augusta Parrington. As you surmised, I'm here to talk about the library. Last Wednesday, I attended the story hour at the library, and it's called a story hour, but it's really much more. There were about 30 children there participating under the direction of one librarian. It was a joyous time. The children were having fun learning even though they didn't realize it. And the grandparents were enjoying it too. Those of you who have children, particularly young ones, will certainly know that it's hard to get two of them going in the same direction, let alone 30. 30 is like herding cats. However, the librarian was doing this all by herself, and she was having the children listen to stories, sing songs, learning how to paint seashells, make spacecrafts, flying saucers, strange animals. What a happy ruckus it was. And the librarian was doing this all by herself. She had no aid. We need money, not only to hire an aide for her, but also to buy paper and crayons and glue and all the things it takes to make the next rocket. These little people are our future scientists, teachers, lawyers, plumbers, electricians. And where did it all start? It started at the library. I urge you to drop by any Wednesday or Thursday at 10:30 and see what a happy, joyous event a library story hour is. Please, we need money for all of this. Having talked about just one service the library offers, I would like to emphasize that this is only one of the many services the library offers. If we must curtail them, that will mean that future generations will be undereducated and therefore unable to compete in a rapidly changing world. I wish that this will never happen, but we must get our priorities straight. What is more important to you? An educated, creative society, or one that follows blindly because they don't know the alternative? Please give our library what it needs financially. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I don't want to be a pill into it, but the same as we don't want to have anybody coming up and be booed, which would be also free speech, we ask that audience refrains from applause as well, because we don't want to have anybody not get up because they're afraid of that. I know I got to be a stickler on that, but fair's fair with it, right? So thank you. Morning. I know the beep is also taking a couple people by surprise. That is your 1 minute left of the 3 minutes marker, just as an FYI. Good morning.
Good morning. I wanted to make a comment that I heard at the last meeting. There was some discussion, and then a comment I believe was made by you, Supervisor Brandon, about being able to do things in-house faster and less expensive than contracting them out. I can only speak to the item in 1993 that I was a part of. At that time, the county had an in-house print shop. Also, at that time, I was the manager of Gold Rush Printing. We did specialty jobs for the county through a bid process, but the basic jobs were done in-house. At some point, an RFP was sent out to see if they could, contract the printing out at a better rate and a better turnaround time. And so we were able to provide our bid and eventually secured that printing contract. At our one-year review provided by senior analyst Craig Pedro, we had started turning most jobs around on average of 4.03 days compared with 9.62 at the beginning of the contract. Complaints from departments had been that it took 4 to 6 weeks to get their jobs back in-house. Ultimately, in the first year, we saved the county approximately $28,000, which exceeded the original estimates that were made by $4,000. And additional benefits for the county were administrative time and overhead were drastically reduced, and much needed space was gained in the administration center down at the ground floor basement area. At the end of our first year, we received a review letter that stated the following. In conclusion, all of the benefits anticipated 1 year ago have either been achieved or surpassed. Privatization of the print shop has been a success, and Gold Rush Printing should be commended for the job they are doing on the county's behalf. I ask you to reconsider your thoughts about privatization of some processes that are currently being done in-house. I believe, based on my own experience, that may not be correct in all instances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have additional public comment? Good morning again.
Good morning. Correction is a good thing. As a builder, one of my favorite analogies in the Bible is that of Jesus as the cornerstone or foundation. In construction, the cornerstone should be set as close to plumb, square, and level as possible. The closer it is to perfect, the easier the rest of the job will be. However, even if it is perfect, things will still go wrong. I mostly deal with wood studs, usually set at 16 inches apart from each other. As I pull my tape measure from the cornerstone and I make marks for the location of each stud, I may make a mistake. Sometimes it could be bad, like placing a stud on the wrong side of a line. Or I could misread my tape measure. Rarely are they ever set in perfect relation to the cornerstone. Sometimes the studs twist, they warp, and they move during construction, and sometimes they break. If I need to repair or replace a stud, it is important that I do not pull my tape measure just 16 inches from the stud next to it. No matter how studly that stud is, it's not perfect either. The best way to get the stud fixed as close to perfect as possible is to pull my tape measure all the way back to the cornerstone and reset the stud in relation to it. Such is life. Along the way, I have been twisted, broken, and set out of place. I have and often still need correction. For that, I often need the good people in my life to guide me. My wife, good friends, coworkers, parents, pastor, even sometimes my kids. They are like my tape measure to point me back to the cornerstone, which for me is Jesus. And if that tape measure doesn't guide me back to him, but tries to get me to look at the stud next door, then the tape measure needs fixing too. Because no matter how studly the stud next door looks, they are broken also. This concept is not just true in my personal life, but it can be true in my entire household, my business, my friendships, my church. They all get broken and need a good tape measure and a perfect cornerstone. It's likewise for government. Corrections are hard, but what you are doing is good. The only alternative is to ignore the brokenness and watch the building fall down. So thank you for at least trying to make corrections. Heavenly Father, I thank you for sending Jesus as the perfect cornerstone for our lives. And I thank you that these supervisors are attempting to correct some of the broken pieces of our county. Please, God, send them good tape measures that don't just direct them to what other counties are doing or to what the state tells them to do, but ones that direct them to what is right, true, correct, and as close to perfect as we can get. I pray this in Jesus' name, amen. Thank you for the extra few seconds.
Thank you. Oh. If it's okay into the mic, all public comment has to be into there and addressed to the board, but they can definitely hear
CAL
you.
FIRE, Sheriff's Department, please. I have a surprise for you guys. You guys can come up before I start speaking.
In case, can you address the Board of Supervisors into the microphone, please? Yeah. Thank you.
And is that fire department back there?
But we do need you at the podium in the microphone. Yep.
Come on up, guys.
Yes, please.
And I think you're a fire department too back there, correct? Oh, yes, absolutely.
Just so you know, the 3 minutes is going.
All right.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Casey.
And can you please address the board?
Hi,
Yeah.
my name is
Thank
Casey.
you.
I'm a small business owner and a resident in Jamestown, California. I'm gonna try to keep this as quick as possible. I wanted to bring some positivity to this meeting. I'm here today to be in honor of our fire department, and I just wanted to say from our town in Jamestown regarding the fire that happened on Main Street, it potentially could have burned down our whole town. You guys were so professional. You came in super fast. Everything was under control. The coordination was amazing. So today, our town and our business owners, the supervisors, and Jared and Nicole, we'd all like to get together to give you guys a little gift to show our appreciation for the dedication and organization that you guys do every day. Our community is very blessed to have you. As you've noticed in the past with other, emergencies in other parts of the country, if you don't have that coordination, lives can be lost. And there was a life lost that day, may she rest in peace, but it potentially could have been a lot worse. So I want to present you guys with this lovely card that everybody signed. Sorry. And I also got you guys these little fire bears. So this is for CAL FIRE, the fire department. And the sheriff's department, you guys get a little sheriff's bear.
Looks just like them.
I really can't thank you guys enough. Again, you guys, we were there. We own Triple R Tattoo right on Main Street. And the fact that we saw planes dropping water, hoses, the sheriff's department blocking traffic, the coordination is extraordinary. You guys are amazing, super professional, and I wanted you to know, you probably don't get thanked enough, but Jamestown, our community, supports you. We love you guys, and thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
And thank you, Jaron and Nicole, for helping me out.
Got you.
We love you guys.
All right. And do we have additional oral communications to the board? I think I recognize
That was really
those.
nice. No whining or anything. That was great. So at the last meeting, I think, or the meeting before that, I talked about how if you turn in these thick bags that we pay for into any of the bag recycle boxes at Priceco, Kohl's, Safeway, Walmart, they do not get recycled. They go in the trash. So Annie Hockett talked to me because the Lions Club here used to collect these bags and make buddy benches for the schools. And the Lions Club is not doing that anymore. The Lions Club in Stockton is doing that, so you can take your bags there. But yesterday they did a Stuff the Bus for the Jamestown Family Resource Center, and they will take your bags. So if you have bags you would like to repurpose and share with them, the Jamestown Family Resource Center is on 7th Street, just around the corner from the school, and their phone number is 984-4704. And then I have been busy lately because I went to help clean up Mono and Tuolumne Way with the Tobacco Coalition, and we picked up 839 cigarette butts, I think it was. So then I went to Jamestown, and oh God, this smells so bad. Jamestown, I picked up all the cigarette butts that I found, and it was probably about as much as this together. So it probably was 700 or 800 butts. Then I went to Walmart, and I picked in front of the store, and that little parking lot between Walmart and PetSmart was so disgusting. I picked up 367 butts there. Then, of course, now my eye is geared to looking for cigarette butts. This was Sonora on Saturday. This was Sonora on Sunday. And this is just from Bradford Street out here down to Stockton, and then Greene, Washington, and Stewart. This isn't even around here. 1,854 butts. That is just disgusting. So we need to not treat our community like a trash can. And I don't think people go home and flick their butts on their kitchen floor or in their front yard. So learn how to put stuff in the trash. And then Marie Alvarado Gill was here, and we were very rude to her, and that was very disappointing to see that we could not be more respectful of someone who came actually to speak to our community. And I found that people don't know how their government works, and they don't know which supervisor represents which area. So, Mr. Griefer, people need to know that you represent where the courthouse is, because they don't know that. They think that's in Mr. Holland's district.
Great, thank you. All right. And do we have additional oral communications to the board? Good morning.
Good morning, all. One little aside, the sturdy plastic bags, all the thrift stores like Nancy's Hope want those. They are forever running out of bags. Now for the main gist, another refreshment at the risk of being tiresome about our rugged trail road situation of a dump, actual toxic waste dump allowed with no buffer zone by at least 7 houses nearby, which has gone on over 3 years. And we don't want any more to be on the dirty end of the stick of social Darwinism. Some people having to go for permits, jump through the hoops, and do a long process to do their little project, but others being favored, coddled, and let to have this dump. Please do something positive about this in near future, and also not allow any further degradation in the county of anything similar by anyone else's neighborhood. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Do we have additional oral communications to the board? Going once, going twice. All right, with that, we will close oral communications. Again, I want to thank everybody for taking time, coming to speak to the board about any things that you're dealing with, any questions that you have. We really appreciate it. It's your time every meeting to be able to speak to us. So with that, we'll open up into staff reports. If any members of our staff have reports, please come forward. Brian, good morning. And thank you for the email update as well, too, so I appreciate that.
You bet. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Brian Bell, Community Development Department. I'm here this morning to give you a brief update on your co-compliance team in CDD. I'm sad to report this morning that our last remaining co-compliance investigator has provided his resignation as of yesterday afternoon. August 15th will be his last day employed with Tuolumne County, which will lead us with 0 co-compliance officers in Tuolumne County. Obviously, the loss of this individual will significantly impact CDD's ability to address any non-immediate health and safety issues. Including this resignation, CDD has lost 14 positions in the last 9 months, further hampering any additional resources we can dedicate to any co-compliance complaints we receive. You might recall in 2023, the board provided for 2 additional co-compliance investigators, effectively tripling the efforts we were able to provide. This ultimately led to an increase in cases and an increase in compliance. Double-edged sword, of course. Increased cases means increased management. The loss of those resources means a resounding level of cases that will go unaddressed, unfortunately, and or significantly reduced in addressing those. The volume of the increased caseload has become unmanageable over the last 4 months, with one investigator being laid off in March, another resigning in May, and now, of course, this most recent resignation. I want to make sure that the public is aware that our current staffing levels in co-compliance will be at 0 in the next week and change, and that we will do our best to maintain investigations into immediate health and safety issues. Each of those is determined on a case-by-case basis as the situation presents themselves. A brief update on statistics. The current open cases of 1,473. We receive an average case load of 30 complaints per month. We have a current scheduled inspections of 415. We have a pending follow-up on more than 1,000 cases. Those are relative to extensions that have been provided to folks or any other type of follow-up that is needed relative to additional noticing and what have you. A comparison of year over year, March through June of 2024, and approximately 45 investigations were conducted by staff. And March through June of 2025, we are down to 22 that have been conducted. I just wanted to make sure that I was reporting to your board on the reduction in the efforts there. But once again, we will continue to do what we can to serve the community. Thank you.
Great. Brian, thank you for the transparency and report on that. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning. I got closer this time. So,
Thank you.
Good morning, Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Assistant Director. A few things. The Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Service ensures communities and organizations are prepared to respond to and recover from emergencies and disasters by creating, coordinating, and managing systems that saves lives, minimizes damage to property and infrastructure, mitigates future risk, and restores communities and organizations post-disaster. The Office of Emergency Services is a critical function that identifies, assesses, mitigates risks to ensure the resilience of communities and organizations. It leads crisis preparedness, response coordination, and recovery efforts by working across disciplines, sectors, and jurisdictions. We'd like everyone to join us in recognizing the National Emergency Management Awareness Month of August. We will have an item down the road later this month for you to proclaim as a board, but I just wanted to highlight a few things. Emergency management is the profession that helps communities and organizations prepare, respond, recover, and adapt. It brings partners together to solve complex problems, reduce harm, and restore stability during emergencies. Emergency management isn't just about reacting. It's also about planning in advance, coordinating under pressure, and developing lasting resilience. So this month, your Office of Emergency Services will be going out and doing a lot of education. You'll see that in our social media. We will talk about the work that we do and highlighting it. This is a national movement to recognize emergency management, and we're really excited to bring that forward to your board. Two other quick updates. I'd like to introduce, oh, she's right here, come on up. I want to make sure everyone's aware, and I know Supervisor Kirk is, on Tuesday, August 26th at 6 p.m. at the Tuolumne Resilience Center. We will be hosting a public meeting about our update on the Ponderosa Hills Miramani Home Hardening Project. That will be our second public meeting, but we will have representatives both from Cal OES, Cal Fire, and our team to answer questions, show samples of home hardening items, as well as open up the portal for applications for those individuals in the residence. And as you know, last month you signed a contract to hire a project manager. I'd like to introduce to the board and the public Lindsay Barteau. She is our project manager, has already jumped right in and doing lots of things, but she will be leading both the home assessments and also overseeing the construction management phases of this project. So I wanted to put a face with the name and let the public and the board know. So this is Lindsay.
Welcome.
Super excited to be part of this.
If you call our office, 209-533-6395, we'll put you in touch with Lindsay. I'm happy to answer any questions about that public meeting. Last thing, supervisors. Please make sure the public is signed up for emergency alerts. It's been already an active summer, as you all know. Some of you I speak to more often than others, and on the weekends. But I wanted to make sure that the folks are signed up. It's really, really important that everybody in your household is signed up for emergency alerts. Please go to Tuolumne County website. At the top, you'll see emergency alerts. Click on that. It'll direct you to a sign-up page. If you have any problems, please call our office, 209-533-6395, and one of our staff will be happy to check to make sure you're in the system or help you get signed up. So, thank you.
What does that emergency alert do?
Emergency alert will notify if the sheriff's office has issued an evacuation warning or order. It will notify those individuals being impacted by an
Great.
emergency.
So if there's a fire, we'll text you, but only if you're signed up on that.
Yes, absolutely.
So really important to sign up.
Very important that you opt in. We do have a system that will work notifying individuals in a geographic area, but we prefer that you opt in. It's very important because then you can determine how you want us to contact you. Email, cell phone, landline, etc. So, thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Sure, yeah.
So-
Supervisor Griefer.
Ma'am, I just want to say, I know that you're the unsung hero. And what I mean by that is I know we had a presentation earlier to fire and to the sheriff's department, but when we activate or there's a fire or something, you're on the trenches. So I don't want you to feel that you weren't, or your department or your efforts aren't recognized and acknowledged. What you do when behind the scenes, when there's a fire, is critical to support the guys out in the field. So I just want to make sure that you know that yes, we speak unfortunately too often on the weekends, just because we've had a number of fires in the Groveland area in District 4. So I want you to know that I appreciate it. I don't have a bear for you, but I'll give you a bear hug later.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I know, pretty good, huh? So with that being said, now that I've made it awkward, the text, we had this on the fire, and I just want to make sure that when you send a text out to an evacuation zone, if he's in the zone and I'm not, he's getting it. I'm not, even though we may be on the same street.
Correct.
It might be. So when
Yes.
when people hear, oh, my neighbor got notified, but I didn't, it might be just because there's a geographical or there's a reason.
Correct.
So it's important to use the system and to acknowledge that that phone number is important and not spam. So as
Yes.
you've said before.
Yeah.
So
Thank
I just
you
want to make
very
sure we
much.
give you that proper shout out.
Awesome. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Great. All right, do we have additional staff reports? Sheriff Mosen up. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. It's been a little while since I've given a staff report, being mindful of the time and the agendas and the lengthiness of them, but we have been wholehearted in our efforts for community outreach with a series of town halls. We're coming up to our last two. Our next one is coming up in Columbia, and not only that, but just special community groups, press, multi-area press, both local and external, just giving people a glimpse on what their deputy sheriffs are doing, kind of a day in the life. So we've been seeing those come out. We've started with narcotics. We did patrol recently. There are episodes, it's multi-series to make sure that people fully understand what it is that the deputy sheriffs are encountering in our community. With that being said, our last completed list of stats that we gave was approximately total for just over 11,000 calls that came into the PSAP, which is the Public Safety Answering Point. About 4,200 of those are comprised of actual incidences that require deputy response of one shape or form. 741 of those were emergency medical dispatch calls, which means somebody called in with a medical emergency, and the dispatcher then began triaging what the issues were and running through EMD protocols. We were able to identify as 20 of those relating directly to life-saving interventions, and that is a team effort. That's not just on the dispatcher. That's our fire partners that are responding as first responders. That's our ambulance company that's responding and issuing care. So as a collaborative effort, we compare all those things from the first initial call to protocols to actually intervention to really come up with that solid number and say that we think that these all contributed to the saving of life. In the month of June, we had one Narcan deployment. I think that's huge, right? When we were seeing averages of 10, 12, and even into sevens and being pretty steady. We have seen several months of decreased numbers of Narcan deployment. That's not just within the sheriff's office. Again, that's all first responders across the board that we can log into our CAD system. I highlight that because it goes into the question of how do we know it's working. And I want to say a few months ago we had a conversation, what is the raw data? And at that time I didn't feel comfortable because I didn't think we had a big enough sample size. Could have been a one-off month where you see reduction in those things, but now we have data that's showing us that. And I'm not blind to the fact that could also be that people aren't calling in, right? But to look at the data as we're seeing it, in a series of months, and based on the call volume and the amount of fentanyl cases that we're taking and seeing a decrease in those as well, I feel comfortable saying that it's the community's wholehearted effort of pushback to show that it is working. And there's a few other things that I'll talk about. Criminal cases, 290, 106 citations. This is all from a 30-day period. 124 arrests. Of those arrests, 55 were felonies, 69 misdemeanors. Fentanyl cases, 7. This is another number that we've seen steadily decreasing. If you take the data from the last year, from July of last year when we implemented the Tuolumne Narcotics team and seeing what our cases were starting at to where they're at now, that is a significant decrease as a whole. Mental health responses remain steady and in some cases are increasing. We are seeing an increase in our mental health crisis response. Again, I cannot say how grateful I am for the partnerships, not just with our local law enforcement and our justice partners, but also with Health and Human Services, who are instrumental in that response, specifically behavioral health as well, and also bringing that balance back to how we address community caretaking type events as opposed to law enforcement. It has been I'd say it's been several years, but we're coming together and we're finding something that actually works. I will share a quick incident that our deputies responded to just the other day in the upper 108 corridor, where an individual was experiencing suicidal type behavior and ideations and communicating that, trauma and also mental health crisis. And the individual was armed. And through utilizing time, resources, and the tools that we have, we were able to come to a peaceful resolution, and that individual was safely taken in without incident and hopefully getting the treatment that they need. So again, law enforcement versus community caretaking, it is our culture that we are developing the deputies to understand the difference between the two and be able to respond in the moment, sometimes in a split second. Work crew hours are up to 372 in the month of June. Those might be increased in July. Work crew's been busy. Again, an opportunity to express gratitude to all of our partners, specifically Public Works, Health and Human Services, and Office of Emergency Services as well, that has been instrumental in securing grants and other things that assist the community as a whole, specifically in roadside brush clearing. It's no secret that we have an issue with maintaining safe evacuation routes, so a big thank you to all of the partners that help us accomplish our goal as a work crew, which is ultimately teaching skills, reducing recidivism, and flat out just giving justice-involved people things to do instead of sitting around wasting time. Kind of going back just a little on a quick note regarding narcotics, and I think this is something that everybody can appreciate in the community and also on the board, is that we received information from I won't go into too much identification, but TNT, in their inner workings, they talk to folks that are involved in narcotics trafficking, dealing, and also people that suffer from addiction. And I will share with you that some of the narrative that's been shared with us now from more than one individual has been that it's more and more difficult to get fentanyl in this county. And that the conversations are, if they have to come into the county, it costs more. And that people aren't willing to go past a certain part in our county because the risk increases. To me, that is a clear message, a psychological deterrent that people know if you choose to capitalize on this community and use it as a financial opportunity, that there will be consequences. And I think we saw the final stage of those consequences just last week when Judge Laura Krieg handed down 13 years for voluntary manslaughter for a person who knowingly provided fentanyl to an individual that ultimately ended their life. And so I just want to share that it's the whole team. It is the entire justice partners, it's the non-justice partners that all have a hand, and this is our community saying, we're not going to take this anymore, it's unacceptable, and we're pushing back to not only address the accountability component, but every aspect of addiction that's affecting all of our lives and all of our families. And I will end on that note with the youngest person that we've had poisoned with fentanyl in this community has been 18 months old. On a high note, just another point of gratitude before I end, because I am done in about a minute, that is bringing balance back to funding intervention resources. I am so proud and so happy that through a shared collaborative effort, and also to this board for voting yes, when it comes to things like school resource officers and being able to leverage partnerships with Health and Human Services, the team has been great about putting together workups and outlines of how we can best address addiction at the line level intervention type operations, and that is in our schools and our kids to prevent drug-endangered children. And I think that we are in the final stages right now. We just finished our selection process, and within the next 2 weeks, we can expect to see a full press release and more details on what that looks like to make sure that we have deputies conducting those educational programs, those one-on-one engagements, the opportunity from kids to learn from our deputies and the deputies to learn from our kids. Because if you spend time in these school campuses, these kids, when they trust you, they tell you a lot of things of what's going on and have been instrumental in intervening in the home life as well when it comes to aspects of abuse, drug addiction, and all those. So just a huge thank you for that, and also tied in closely with homeless accountability and our work program. And I think probably the most important state of gratitude is to our people. Thank you to the people, the community, the people of Tuolumne County for putting the ball back in our hands, because I think wholeheartedly there's a balance to the game, but right now we just need to play offense. So thank you again for all the support. It's a team effort. Very proud of our community. Thank you.
Great.
Supervisor.
Supervisor Griefer.
No, thank you. Oh, Sheriff, before you scattered. That's right. I was trying to give you that. Wait, don't go. No, you mentioned the town hall in Supervisor Brandon's district coming up. You also have one in Tuolumne on the 28th for the District 4.
That is correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that was still a go. We were putting that out. And then I just wanted to echo on something that you pointed out. It is a team effort. I know that you have worked with a nonprofit organization that hands out or provides Narcan. And we will be doing the same event. We will be doing an event to hand out Narcan up in Groveland. So I want to say thank you for your guidance and helping get that message out there. The biggest part of one of the bigger hurdles that we have in Groveland is distance, as you know, getting first responders and stuff. So if we can get those tools out there, the education and the support that you've provided, I just want to say thank you from the people on that side of the river that we recognize that it's a tough gig, and we want to make sure that you're helped.
Absolutely. Thank you. Always appreciate the support, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have additional staff reports? All right, going once, going twice. All right, with that, we will close staff reports. Thank you for everybody coming forward to provide an update on what you're doing and some of the challenges you're facing. We appreciate that and being able to hear about it in advance as well. So with that, we'll be moving into the consent calendar. If the clerk can read the items, please. Take a big breath. This is a long one.
Did you want to pull any?
Item number one.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much. I'll ask the board if there's any items that we would like to first pull.
Supervisor Brennan, I'd like to pull items 9 and 11.
Okay, pulling items 9 and 11. Do we have any additional items that the board would like to pull? Okay. So with that, can you read all items except for 9 and 11?
Item number one, approving the minutes of the July 15, 2025 and July 22, 2025 meetings. Item number two, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3483 was published on July 22, 2025 in the Union Democrat as required by law. Item number three, determining there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the county administrative officer as a result of a plumbing failure and resulting water damage on April 3, 2025 at the A.N. Francisco building located at 48 Yaney Avenue, Sonora, California, pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 3.22.060 for fifth vote required. Item number four, approving amendments to agreements for professional services in each of four categories. Geotechnical Services 1 with HDR, WRECO, and Blackburn Environmental Services 2 with the Area West Environmental, Hydraulic and Hydrologic Services, 3 with KSN, Surveying Services 4 with Land and Structure, and authorizing the board chair to sign the amendments included in the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget. Adopting Resolution 56-25, declaring a 0.07 acre parcel of unimproved real property located at South Fork Road and Heffler Drive in Twain Harte, California, APN 040-130-002-000 surplus property, authorizing its sale to Tuolumne Utilities District and declaring the property is exempt from the provisions of the Surplus Land Act and categorically exempt from the review under Section 153 1(2) of the California Environmental Quality Act because the sale of surplus government property that is not located in an area of, quote, statewide, regional, or area-wide significance is exempt and described in section 15206B4 of the state CEQA guidelines. None of the exceptions to the categorical exemptions apply to the project. Item number 6, excuse me, approving an agreement with Champion Industrial Contractors of Modesto, California for an additional HVAC mini split units for the 911 dispatch relocation to 18440 Stryker Court for proper climate control in the IDF room to not exceed $29,052 and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents included in the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget. Item number 7, approving the second amendment to the automatic aid mutual agreement to Tuolumne County Fire Service Providers, adding the Chicken Ranch Rancheria of Miwok Indians of California as a party to the agreement. Item number 8, approving the letter of support for CAL FIRE prevention grant application is recommended by the BOS Fire Safety Advisory Committee. Item number 10, approving the letter of support for Alliance for Conservation, Restoration, and Ecology, ACRE, in its proposal to the fiscal year 25 CAL FIRE wildfire prevention grant. Excuse me. Item number 12, approving a certificate of recognition for Kevin Frankhauser for their work in the Scenic Brook Firewise community. Item number 13, approving a certificate of recognition for Larry Martin for their work in the Scenic Brook Firewise community. Excuse me. Item number 14. I'm getting over a sickness. Item number.
What number are you on? If you need a couple minutes, no problem.
You want to read it for
Roger,
me?
can you finish the reading of the consent? What do we leave off on?
I think it was item 14, Chair.
Okay. CO, item 14.
Approving certificate of recognition for Sierra Pacific Industries for donating playground bark for the Heaven for Kids Park. 15, approving the certificate of recognition for Rick Modrell, owner of Modrell Transportation, for transporting the mulch at no cost for the Heaven for Kids Park. Item number 16, approving the letter opposing Yosemite fee increases and the new $250 tourism integrity fee.
Okay.
And 17, as the Air Pollution Control Board, approving the appointment of Michelle Orth to the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District Hearing Board with the term ending on August 5th of 2028.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think there was some confusion as to whether item 17 was on consent or not. I see it's got the indent. Yep. Are we able to pull items after the fact? I would like to pull that item for item 17, so let's consider that held for now. With that, thank you. And that's absolutely the worst, too. I know you get something stuck in your throat and you just can't get rid of it, so no worries at all. That was a long consent calendar. So just for clarity to everybody, this will be all of our consent calendar items except for item 9, which is related to J59, item 11, which is related to opportunity zones, and item 17, which is related to the Air Pollution Control District. So with that, we'll open it up to any board comment on these items. Supervisor Holland?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak to 12, 13, 14, and 15. I didn't want to pull them, but I just wanted to talk about them a little bit. So if Kevin and Larry are in the crowd, will you guys raise your hands so everyone knows who you guys are? So everybody knows that these two gentlemen are in charge of the Firewise community over in the Scenic Brook area, and they had their event about a month and a half ago. We did it. And so Debbie Reagan, our head of our solid waste department, was coordinating with them. So she sent me some stats. So I want to read you guys a little bit about what they achieved. So they bagged over 98 bags, and these bags have 2 to 3 yards in them each. There's not like grocery bags. These are those huge, like ones they put rocks and stuff in. They filled 98 of those bags. They had 15 yards of chip material, which is well beyond 100 yards of actual brush before you chip it. They had 48 adults show up and 1 child at the community event to help clean up our neighborhood. She said this was the largest event in all 7 Firewise communities. And so I want to give a shout out to them because they literally, without them, this would not have happened. So this is neighbors helping neighbors, cleaning up our neighborhood, keeping it safe. So we're going to get you guys some certificates, and thank you guys for your help. I appreciate it. Then the next 2, one is for Sierra Pacific Industries, SPI. They donated all the mulch for the Heavens Kids Park over there by the library, so we could remulch it. Liz Pearson helped get that organized as far as getting some staff over there. We took some screws out of the park, cleaned up other things that people were talking about online that was unsafe. And then Ricky Maduro Transportation, I believe his wife is here in the back because he's out working. And so they went and picked up all the mulch from SPI down in Chinese Camp and delivered it. These are all given by donations to the county to help the community. So I want to make sure we get a shout out to them and say thank you guys for that. We appreciate it, and it's making our community better. So thank you guys. That's all.
Great, thank you. Do we have additional comments? Again, minus items 9, 11, and 17.
And Jaron, I guess I have to say, is it okay if I sign them? Because we have to vote on this later.
Yeah, fine, you can sign it.
There we go.
And you can even use one of the big pens too, you know? There you go. Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I'll make a comment on 10 real quick. I was up in Miwok, and I was dealing with some homeowners up there earlier this week and last regarding Tramway, and PG&E was there because the issue was PG&E, and I told PG&E, below here there's a road that accesses the Flume and Lions Dam, and I've sent you guys emails before. There's washouts that needs to be fixed. And then I saw this item on number 10, and it just reminded me. So again, I contacted PG&E. Anybody who's in this room who rides their bikes on that road, the gist of it is we know there's 2 washouts that have been there for a couple of years, but I'm kind of lighting a fire, per se, under PG&E's butt. Ron, I'll talk with you guys. I don't know if you have anything to do with that road, but we need to get that road fixed. And so I just want folks to know who've reached out to me the last year. We are in conversation with PG&E, and it is all about protecting that flume, which is what item 10 is about. So that's it. Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, I wanted to speak to item 16, which is the letter in opposition of the tourism integrity fee, which has been proposed. And I don't want to speak for our advocates for like Visit Tuolumne and some of our lodging association, but I can tell you from, having sat on that board and talked to people in the tourism industry, some of the most, the people that bring in the most money into our community are foreign tourism. And to me, that this fee sends a message that if you're from a foreign country and you want to visit Tuolumne County and explore and enjoy Yosemite, you are not welcome. And so I do not understand the thought behind it. I'm very opposed to it. I think it'll hurt our local tourism industry. And I'm very much in support of this letter opposing it. Because one of the issues that I've seen is that we have tourism that comes from the valley, comes from Sacramento, sometimes the Bay Area. People come up here, they go to Yosemite, maybe they stop for lunch, maybe they buy a couple gallons of gas, but for the most part, that's people that are using our roads and using our community as a gateway to Yosemite, but really not leaving a lot of money here. Foreign tourism absolutely leaves a lot of money here. And so, if you're spending $5,000 or whatever on a family vacation to Yosemite coming from Europe or Mexico or some of these other countries, another $250 isn't necessarily going to break your bank, but it is going to tell you, it is singling out that group of people to say, we don't want you to come here. And I absolutely don't think that's the message that we're trying to send from Tuolumne County. So, yeah.
Thank you. And I completely agree with the comments. It's a magnitude higher, the level of spending that comes in. And I know that there's been recent news too. This was written and put on before, but now a $15,000 potential bond requirement for anybody who is getting a visa in the United States. It continues to add concerns, and any one of these things I think is manageable. But the concern that we're having a down year, and then the fees, and then the park staffing cuts, and then this fee, $250 to enter, and now a bond, we're already struggling, not to mention fire insurance. And so I I know this hits my district a little less, but 120 in particular, I mean, that's a huge issue. So I appreciate the board allowing this to be on consent. Wanted the private comment saying that I'm really happy to see that we've got our automatic aid agreement for item 7 on the agenda there with our tribal partners. It's incredibly important. Thank you for being here as well. That we're able to sign this. I know this has been a messy and long process. I'm happy we're finally to the point being able to do this, and we're able to get everything done a lot faster about 2 years ago, but at least today I'm looking at it saying this is a good thing. And then I also wanted to, let's see, sorry, that's the problem when we get a 3-page consent calendar agenda. It makes it pretty difficult. I think that's the full thing. So, okay, I will open it up for, yes.
I know you asked if I had anything, and I said no.
Supervisor Griefer.
I apologize. I just wanted to echo something. I just got a text on the comments that we were just made about the park. It's not $250 to enter the park. That's a separate item, so there was a confusion. Right. So I support everything you said. I just want to make sure that people out there heard that it's not $250 to enter the park. Those are separate items. But I support everything we said. I just don't want the panic button automatic hit saying, "Oh my gosh, they raised the rates to get into the park to $250." So for if you're out of country.
Thank you,
so,
Supervisor.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
It is a 2-part thing. There has been an increase in general national park fees, which is smaller, and then the visa is not related to the parks, but is
100%
related
correct.
to entering. So thank you for the clarification.
No, thank you, because it's my phone.
So with that, we will open it up for public comment on any of these items. Again, that is minus items 9, 11, and 17. Going once, going twice. Look at that. All right. Well, we will close public comment on those and bring it back to the board. I'll be looking for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent calendar minus items 9 and 11, and authorize Supervisor Holland to sign
And
12, 13,
17.
14, 15. Oh, and 17.
And 17.
Sorry, Darren, and 17.
I'll second.
Okay. Yeah. 9, 11, 17, and Mike gets to sign. I think it's part of the official motion, right? We have to put it in the minutes.
Yes, that's what council said.
Yeah, that's what council says. Okay, so with that, we have a first by Supervisor Holland. We have a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? All right, passes unanimously. We have items 9, 11, and 17 to move into. Around 10 o'clock, I like to be able to call a bio break. So how about let's reconvene at 10:05, be able to go get coffee, use the restroom, and see you guys in a minute. Read item number 9.
Item number 9, approving a letter supporting a request for state assumption of jurisdiction over County Road J59/LaGrange Road to CA 59.
All right, I wrote this with the board from a request there. Supervisor Griefer, did you?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First, I appreciate the letter, very well written, it's spot on, that's exactly, and the reason why I pulled it is I just wanted to talk a little bit about how we got to this point. J59, also known as LaGrange Road, handled by the county, one of our number one, especially my district, number one of the road complaints about potholes and places to turn off, affected enforcement, the number of fires, the number of law enforcement issues that are out in that area. So I wanted to pull this. Thank you for taking the time to address this on behalf of the senator. I met with the senator on Tuesday in Hetch Hetchy for a tour. We discussed this. She's 100% behind getting this. The law of unintended consequences is always what happens when this happens, and what that does is it frees up the county's money to maintain that roadway, to give us more opportunities to maintain our own county roads, since Caltrans will be taking that over. So I just wanted to bring that up, say I appreciate the senator's attention to this, I appreciate your attention to this, and I think it'll be great when that change occurs for the people who use that road to commute to and from. So
Great. And I'll add a follow-up too, because this has been something, I think everybody says, how the hell did we take over that road in the first place? It doesn't make any sense at all. I wanted to give a shout out. He's not watching it. He's in his own board meeting. But Supervisor Lloyd Pereira in Merced has been one of the really vocal advocates, and I'm confident is the one that initially brought it up, really pushing for this because this route covers multiple counties. It's something that we all have a very difficult time with. So I appreciate everybody's continued advocacy. So with that, we'll open up public comment on item number 9. Again, this is related to the county requesting a state assumption of J59. Good morning again.
Hello. So my concern, this is probably a good idea, especially if it frees up our money. But this is a really difficult road to patrol, and I don't know what Scott Clamp used to talk about that. So I don't know if there would be any changes about monitoring activity on that road if this happens. Do you know?
Great, thank you. We'll finish public comment and bring it back to the board. Any additional public comment on this item? Going once, going twice. All right, and closing public comment on that, Supervisor Griefer.
So operationally, I'm not sure what the California Highway Patrol would be doing. The issue is having places to conduct enforcement stops, turnouts, opportunities to get large vehicles over off the side of the road. So one of the discussions I had with the senator was specifically maybe talking to Caltrans when they look at that road from an engineering point to address large turnouts for not only just for people to move over so vehicles aren't passing over the double yellows and causing a secondary problem, and then as well as enforcement, showing the colors, if you will, just have the black and white on the side of the road, slow some of those individuals down. And then lastly, one of the bigger, especially when I was patrolling that road, is places to address large vehicles like the semis and big rigs and getting them off the road. So the answer to your question in a very long about way is I don't know. However, we will specifically be talking to Caltrans on the engineering side of that.
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, this is a long time coming, and it's something we've attempted several times, and I'm really excited to see renewed effort in this direction. I mean, I've been on both sides of it. I've been stuck behind somebody driving 40 miles per hour the entire way, and then I've also been driving the speed limit, having somebody tailgate me the entire way, only to move over and then have the next person tailgate you. So it's just the sections of that road where passing was permitted, I believe were repainted so that there are fewer passing locations, and that was in the intention of making it safer, because there have been some pretty high-profile fatal accidents on that road. But I almost think that that's made the problem worse in a lot of ways, and it needs to have a full. I mean, it is treated like a state highway. I think people are surprised to see that it is a county road, but it's a significant expenditure of money for the county. And a significant level of consternation for the people that drive that road routinely. I see renewed interest at the state level about taking that on, whereas before they told us to pound sand. Now they're a lot more open to it. I think we need to work with them.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Didn't my supervisors know, I read the article, Alvarado Gill's leading the charge on trying to get it taken over by Caltrans. Is it simply she picks up a phone call and calls them, or is it like a 3-year-long process, and maybe by 2050 we'll have an answer?
They have to, I believe, do a bill to acquire it. There may be something within Caltrans to do it, but it's not a simple process, and a lot of it's funding, obviously, to maintain it. So it's been a long-standing kind of goal of the counties, as mentioned. I think it's going to take either the governor or the legislature, legislature passing a bill or the governor kind of directing that that's going to be something we take over.
Oh, is that what it needs, a bill to be passed to move it into it?
And I believe it's a bill. I don't know, again, if they can do it administratively to kind of acquire that and have a transfer without a legislative bill. But if that is the case, then it would need the governor and that attention of the governor's office.
They should have money. They spent $1 million to put some metal signs up on the overpasses, so,
Yeah, I hear you.
I honestly don't know clearly the answer to that. So what I would propose is maybe you and I, since we're on the transportation committee, we meet with our District 10 representative and kind of get that figured out, because they would definitely know.
Yeah.
Okay. So cool. Thanks.
Great. All right. With that, I'll be looking for a motion to approve.
So move.
Second.
Right. We have a first by Supervisor Griefer. We have a second by Supervisor Campbell. We did do public comment, yes. We did, right? Yeah, right. No, and we had, yes, sir, we did. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, all abstaining. All right, passes unanimously. Move on, if the clerk can read item number 11.
Item number 11, approving sending a letter to the Central Sierra Economic Development District, CSEDD, requesting expansion of opportunity zones in Tuolumne County.
Supervisor Griefer?
Thank you. I pulled this because I was a little unsure why we were doing this. I know we just appointed, I believe she's left, Ms. Richards to that group. I went online. I didn't see any updated requests for this from them, so I wasn't sure why we were taking this step to send them a letter when they hadn't asked us to, and additionally, it already falls underneath their purview to do this. And lastly, and I think it was just maybe a way it was phrased in the document, the supporting document, it said that you were, not you specifically, but the county was looking at having them address or identify opportunity zones for the district, and you listed, again, not you specifically, but the document listed Jamestown and Columbia. Was it the district of the entire organization or just that district?
No, it would be, and thank you for the question. So some background on it, opportunity zones, to anybody who may not have read the memo, they're effectively tax incentive areas where you may be paying capital gains, but if you invest in an opportunity zone for, I believe it's a period of 5 years, you're able to negate some or all of that amount. It has to be a disinvested community. The last time this was done was in 2017. Only a few areas of the county qualified under that. It was, from everyone I've talked to, kind of unclear exactly. I mean, by some definitions, all of Tuolumne County, barring a couple spots, would be disadvantaged. By some other ones, it flip-flops back and forth. It is now up to basically, and was in the BBB, effectively reauthorized, which provides an opportunity that new zones potentially could be petitioned. You're right, I'm not aware of a specific process. It's kind of in progress right now. But CSEDD following these, I also, of course, sit as the vice chair of CSEDD. I certainly can bring this up. I wanted to bring it up as a proposal from Tuolumne County as a member of that JPA. So they are our economic development agency that we share, that this is something that would be beneficial to our county and would be beneficial, I think, to others. You can see my own bias in there because I definitely did write Jamestown and Columbia, but it's not, it's all parts of the area basically as the action item. 2, review all census tracts within Tuolumne County to identify new eligible areas. And so the idea being whatever definition works and is most accurate and hopefully covers the most areas, that would be applied to all of our census tracts to see, and then they would be in a position to draft letters. They have some existing connections within the state and federal government. The second being is I think this would make sense for CSEDD also because they have other counties which would benefit from the same. So if hopefully that answers your question, it could have just been brought. I thought it would be stronger if we brought this as a board item because this has come up, I know, for Columbia and for Jamestown in particular. I assume this has come up for other districts as well, with people specifically calling and saying, why does it end at this street, but the other side I can't get it?
Right, and like I said, that's why I wanted to clarify the word district in your memo. Was it the district of the CSEDD district as the joint GPA, or were you looking at just to send them a letter to focus on just the Columbia, Jamestown area? Because one of the calls I got obviously was from my area of how can we, is this just for this district, or is it a countywide? Is it a mutual? So what I would recommend is if possible, if we could probably hold off on this, have you go to them and see what they want to do and come back. I think we might be putting the cart before the horse, seeing if we want to have them take on a task that they've not asked for, or B, they may not be interested in doing. But I'll leave that up to the rest of the board to.
Understood. And what I'd be doing is bringing this to our next CSED board meeting as a request. We pay them to be able to do this. It still has to be adopted by the board, though, and so they have the ability to say no. But us sending them a letter, I would direct the second to last paragraph. The language is, we should seek to expand this to areas like, as an example. But the actual letter itself, again, identified 1, research the methodology. They've got better access to that. 2, review the census tracts for all eligible areas, which would include every district. And 3, support efforts to submit a regional recommendation for the expansion or redesignation. So I think the last bit is what we're actually drafting, and that does cover what you're saying and the calls you've received.
Yeah, and I would just, again, I think, what if they say no? It'd be kind of silly for us to send them a letter to ask them to do this, and then they said no, which I highly doubt they would say no, but there's always that possibility.
I'll work
Since-
on 'em.
Since they haven't had their meetings yet, and like I said, I went online to see their mission and their goals. It kind of fits within there, but I think we're asking them to do some heavy lifting that we can do ourselves. I know we asked the Roger Root to fill out a survey and give that to them. They don't have that data yet, I believe. Correct? Sorry to put you on the spot there. So maybe we want to give them that data and then have them see if they want to take on that task. But like I said, I was just those are the little details that I was pondering.
Completely understand. We have the survey, the request for a lot of the adjacent services. The core thing that they do as part of their charter right now is economic development. And so that is within, I think, the purview. And this fits pretty much just within that, not within the survey. So I'll leave it. I'm in support of it. If we're not fully in support, then we can go look. I certainly will be translating that to the message. It's helpful to come in with that. Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I have a quick comment. Actually, when I read this, I was a little excited because when I was, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago when I got in office, I was looking at Tuolumne City for opportunity zones. And I was doing the research on it. So when I read this, I went back and I looked at some of my old notes. And I think in general, the idea is great that we need to get more information higher up to show people what communities are actually should be eligible. But the only problem is my understanding is that it's kind of like the cart before the horse. We can have them get the data and all the information to say that these other areas should be opportunity zones, but it's an act of Congress that is going to, you have to have Congress change the rules, and then my understanding is only the governor can nominate eligible census tracts. So we need Congress to change the legislation, and then we need the governor to take action on the census tracts. And in order for them to do that, it'd be great to have information, but it's almost like they need to do that, and then it needs to be paired with the census tract with information here. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I would be fine if you clarified this a little bit, but then I think also tandem, hand in hand, we should be sending things through NACO and things through CSAC saying that in order for us to be eligible, especially the rural counties, for more opportunity zones, Congress, we need you to legislate and do some things different, and then which would be through NACO, and then CSAC, we would need the governor to be open to approving that kind of stuff. So I think there's 3 steps here. This is one of them, but I think, I'd be fine moving this forward in a sense, but I don't know if you could add additional, like 2 other, memos to this, one to Congress, and like I said, through NACO, and then the other one through CSAC, because both Congress and the governor are going to have to take action in order for this to be effective. Hopefully that's clear enough, but I'd like to see it kind of like a package thing moving forward.
No, and that's appreciated, and I think this is, you're right, it is not a one and done. I'll say at least my intent with it, as the end again says, is approve sending a letter. This is not inherently, it can be, but I can take this feedback, put it into it. The idea being, again, it's both the governor, the federal administration, and with the state administration. It's based on what definition they use and which are eligible, whether we like that definition or not, and which areas it applies to, and when do they actually have that filing open. And that will come later. So admittedly, this is early, but it's meant to be early to get a jump on it. Supervisor Holland?
I got a question for you, Jaron. You said we're paying them to do that. Are we actually paying them, or you just meant like figuratively because we have that group? Like we're not paying them extra to do this, right?
No, as a JPA, we pay for a portion of the operations funding.
And I think if we
Roger
can,
probably has more specifics.
yeah,
on
if we
how
can
much.
extract money out of the big beautiful bill, we should do it, right? If we can, if we can get
Well,
more
and,
money.
and the big issue is we do not have specific legislative representation in the county. And we do have NACO and RCRC and that obviously, but not, they're more national and state policy, not so much individual county application always. And we don't have right now economic development. So by default, I assume that this would be the best way to approach it.
Cool.
So that, Supervisor Griefer.
It might be that, again, would you be willing to table this for 30 days and let maybe the representatives of the board that sit on NACO or RCRC or even CSAC work with their counterparts to come back with a package deal that we could send up to CSEDD? Would that work?
We can if we need to. There will be a CSEDD meeting in between. This is mostly asking CSED to engage in that exact same thing with us, which would be partly from NACO and RCRC and CSAC. What is their view of the process or the leverage points? But then we'd also be pre-authorizing to say, this is a good program, we want more. So I would prefer to move forward with it now. We could again, if I'm fine to delay it if there's a reason with it. I don't think it precludes reaching out to NACO or RCRC.
No,
I
we
think
should
that's
do
part of that investigation.
I think we should do that, but I think if we have a solid package that we can say, hey, we've spoken to NACO, CSAC, RCRC, and you know how I feel about all those acronyms, and then they have a new board member.
How do you feel about all those
I
acronyms?
do not like them.
Oh, okay.
And then you have a new board member that's going to be representing the county. Give her a time to at least meet those individuals and have a discussion. We lose nothing by waiting and talking to our counterparts and drafting a memo as a united front and bringing that forward.
Sure. How about, I believe our next meeting is on the 19th, is that correct? So how about I'll just table this until the meeting on the 19th, if that's fine, so we can have those conversations. Is that enough time? It's 2 weeks to be able to check in. Okay, so with that, the item is tabled. Were there any members in the audience who were specifically looking to speak on this item? Just want to make sure if you made this special trip, we're not going to send you home and be like, thanks for waiting for 2 hours. Okay, so we will open up public comment on this item before I table it. Any member of the public would like to speak, you'll have 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. Ron Kopf. As it was pointed out, the opportunity zones are another tool in the toolbox. It's a great tool for investors looking to work in different real estate projects. It eliminates the capital gains if you've invested in this project and you hold it for 10 years. It's been on hold for like the last 10 years. We got 3 small areas of Tuolumne County put in place when Larry Cope was here a long time ago. And there is a lot of question on, based upon the census tracts, you know, what was used for it and why does it stop at one road and not go across the road? And so I think now that it's been opened up in the Big Beautiful Bill or the BBB or whatever you want to call it, that it's been opened up. I think the state of California really hasn't done anything for this for about 10 years. So what programs are going to be in place? What groups in California are going to be in charge of this, and how do we move forward with it? So getting on the front lines of it makes a lot of sense. So I would encourage you to do that. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Do we have additional public comment on this item? Okay, so with that, we will close public comment, and I'll table this item until be brought back as an item for the meeting on the 19th.
Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to be at RCRC next week, so it sounds like most of us like this idea, so I will float it with them while I'm up there.
Great.
To help move it along.
Okay. With that, I believe we're on to item 17, if the clerk can read the item.
Item number 17, as the Air Pollution Control Board, approving the appointment of Michelle Orth to the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District Hearing Board with a term ending on August 5th, 2028.
Okay, great. I believe I technically did pull this item, and thank you, staff, for clarifying on that, too. I think there was confusion about whether this was on consent or not. It's in bold, which makes you think it's not going to be on consent, but anyway, yeah. Just clear, do we have to reconvene as the Air Pollution Control District? Right? It's all good, okay. Wasn't sure if I got an opportunity to use the gavel or not. I cherish those. There we go. All right, I appreciate being able to discuss this. I have concerns related to this position. I feel like we need to have legal representation in town. We had a previous applicant that seemed very well qualified, had pulled out. Right now, I'm not comfortable moving forward with this candidate, so.
And I agree.
Do you have any other board comment before we move to public comment?
In all fairness, I've spoken to Ms. Worth several times. I know her as an elect and as a candidate, so we've talked about this. I have not. I sent her a text the other day to say, this is you, right? Because she goes by Renee, right? I have, as you know, my position on the last person that I thought was we were going to put on there. I believe everyone deserves a chance. She meets the qualifications. She shows the interest. She's here today to speak. If I'm without putting you on the spot, I'm assuming if you want to do, she could. I do not have an issue with moving her forward on this.
Okay, if there's no further comment, we'll open it up for public comment. If any members of the public would like to speak, please come forward, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Good morning.
Good morning. I am Michelle Renee Orth. I do go by Renee, and My candidacy for this position stemmed from my work investigating the wood pellet plant that was proposed by Golden State Natural Resources, and discovering in that process that this state mandated board has been vacant since 2020. I am somebody that when I see something that needs something done about it and I have the capacity to do something about it, I try to do something. And so threw my hat into the ring. I am an attorney. I don't have any specific experience with air pollution regulations. So when I threw my hat in the ring, I did it as an at-large member of the public, but I am happy if there's no other attorney in our community with that experience willing to step into this role. I am willing to do it. I come from a desire to be of service to the public. I think it is every citizen's obligation to be engaged in the operations of our local community. And so I look forward to being before you again when this gets on the agenda with legal counsel present. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any additional public comment? Going once, going twice? All right, seeing none, we will bring it back to the board for further comment or for a motion.
I have a
Supervisor Holland.
Sarah, can we ask a question? So we have to have an attorney on this board, correct?
Yes, but you also have the ability to not appoint someone as well. So that is one of the positions, though.
And maybe Ms. Worth can answer this. I'm assuming you have to be a California attorney? Does it clarify that? Because I don't know state bar rules, so I'm definitely never going to be an attorney. We've seen me write, so therefore I'm out.
I don't know. I can look at that. I'm not sure if it specifies that.
Okay. Are you a California state attorney? Okay. Well, that fixes that problem right there. So.
Mr. Nesper just walked in. He is much more familiar with the requirements, so he might be able to answer your questions.
Just in time.
I'm sorry, I missed the question. I was observing the meeting from my office, and there's a bit of a delay.
Mrs. Orth already answered it because it's irrelevant because she is a California attorney. I was asking because her resume said, or her application said, basically she's lived here like a year, most of her life in South Carolina, or you came from South Carolina or something. So that's what I was asking, do we have to have a California attorney versus I guess just an attorney? I don't know what the difference is, but.
Okay. Thank you.
So, good work, Cody.
Great job.
You killed it.
Thank you, by the way. That delay was only like 4 seconds to get from one side of the building to the other, so. Do we have additional comment? Otherwise, be looking for a motion.
And what exactly does the air board, like, what would that oversee specifically? That was my.
I do have the answer to that, but I'm going to thank Cody because he gave it to me earlier. So this hearing board hears petitions by companies for variances, petitions for abatement orders, appeals by third parties, appeals by businesses from granting of permits, permit conditions, permit denials and suspensions, denials of emission reduction credits, and denials of pollution control plans. This is not a policy advisory body. It doesn't have the authority to modify rules, initiate investigations, or advocate for positions, but it will, their decisions are subject to judicial review, so it can be challenged in the court. So I think it's really important that your board is comfortable with who you appoint.
And as clarifying, is the role of it is effectively a quasi-judicial body, correct?
Correct.
So it's making rulings and needs to not be coming in with presumed biases or making statements or rallying against projects.
Correct. So when, and of course, if that were to happen and that particular project is before the hearing body, then that
Would be disqualifying,
panelist, right, needs to be disqualified.
Right. And I think that's a root of the concern too, is though activism, I think, is appreciated where it is going to the hearing body. It's the same as a judge going out in some ways and getting involved in individual criminal cases, rallying that. And that's a big concern to me because that then questions sometimes potentially the legitimacy of decisions. And that's a major concern. It was a concern with one of other appointments that we made, is concern here too.
If they make a ruling and is there an appeal process, and are we that appeal body?
My understanding that it actually goes to court, so it does not, let's see here. No, it's not subject to your board reviewing it as an appeal body.
And So with all, for transparency, Ms. Worth and I have discussed in the past the pellet plant, which she brought up. We've been on kind of different sides of that conversation. We've discussed privately about the organization. If a person has a conflict, they would have to recuse themselves from that, just like any other organization?
Correct.
Okay. And so I guess the question then boils down to being objective. Can any of the people that we put on the board or appoint to this maintain their objectivity? And then secondly, this organization, this board has the ability to remove someone from that board, correct?
You know, I'm not so sure we looked at that. Cody, do you recall looking at that issue?
Because that was the
We
question
know
that
it
came up
serves a
with the last.
term.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that question specifically. I think, you know, and I don't want to speculate, so. I know
What?
that your board
Lawyers
has
not
the
speculating?
Appointing authority for this body, but I would assume that that body itself would be, you know, dealing with issues of membership of the body once they've been appointed.
And a maybe side thought on that too that's even a concern. If a project, and again, any project is coming up, and there's a concern about bias, and that bias isn't self-recognized, self-reported, and they decide to basically, you know, step out, and it requires that action to remove, then the appearance of that is, oh, somebody didn't like a project, so the board switched out the people. So even that option too is to me kind of flawed. Even if it's for very legitimate reasons, it will not come across that way. It will be, it'll look as though stacking the deck. I'm not looking for anybody that's pro or opposed, but explicitly I'm looking for somebody who is not explicitly pro or opposed on stuff, so.
Jaron, I got one more.
Yeah, Supervisor Holland?
So I actually have a question for Ms. Worth. I'm assuming since she's applying, I can ask her. Can you do the job objectively? We all know you've been extremely vocal about the project down there at J59, like you're pretty much leading the charge on it, which is great. I'm totally fine with that. But is this an end around to try to get another way of stopping it? And that's why you want to get on here, because you see it as a goal. So I want it publicly stated that way. If it's not, that's totally okay. And if it is, that's okay too. But we just need to know, like, what your intents are if this is what this is all about.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. No, I did not throw my hat into the ring specifically so I could vote on the GSNR project, which thankfully it looks like they are reconsidering their plans to do something that is hopefully more consistent with the well-being of our community. I, as an attorney, have a professional responsibility to recuse myself in any decision that I have a personal interest in. And I would honor that obligation, obviously. I think anybody who's going to throw their hat into the ring for a board seat like this is going to have an opinion. Otherwise, they're not going to throw their hat into the ring. Like I said, I understand that this hearing board is mandated by state law, and it's been vacant for 5 years. That is an issue for our county. And I'm not one to point fingers at other people without stepping up and doing what I can, and that is my motivation for that. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Thank you for putting it on the record. That's all.
Okay. So we'll be looking for a motion to approve or table or something.
Well, I'll lead, I guess. I move that we accept Ms. Worth's application to join the Air Pollution Control Board.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, motion dies. With that, Sarah, do we need to do a vote of no, or is that enough to?
No, I think that's enough.
Okay. All right, so with that, item 17, I believe is, effective, I guess, tabled indefinitely or whatever it would be. Sarah?
I think staff would just bring forward, when they receive additional applications, bring those forward to your board.
Okay, great. So we'll be putting back out that application and advertising again. Okay, with that, I believe we are into item number 18, correct? All right, if the clerk can read the item, or county admin.
Item number 18, consideration of establishing separate special revenue funds for county fire and sheriff coroner, including all associated cost centers, and moving those cost centers out of the general fund.
Morning.
Morning.
the next several items are all related to discussions that we had at the Finance Committee meeting last week. So we are bringing these items that we discussed to the board. We'll start specifically with discussing the item, and I'm not going to read each one of the memos that are available for you, but one of the, what? Oh, we're only on 18. Yeah, we're only on 18. But the first item that we are bringing to the board is related to considering establishing a separate special fund for the county fire and sheriff corner. The discussion we had at the Finance Committee really was focused around bringing transparency to the budget and trying to figure out a way to really identify the funding that is in general fund that is allocated for our public safety partners, so police and fire. As you know, we just moved fire from its own fund into the general fund, so this action would reverse that action that we did during recommended budget. And with that, I'd like to open it up for discussion with the board and answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back to the board. There's no comments right now or questions. We can also open up the public comment. Okay. Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, thank you, Roger. So I wasn't at the Finance Committee meeting. That was 2 other supervisors are on that committee, so I wasn't able to participate. But there's not a lot of information here that's available to me to know what is the benefit to the county of making this change. Because I did a little bit of research, and I don't see a lot of other counties using this method, pulling specific departments out of the general fund, unless there is, like say if you have a tax measure or something like that, where you designate, a 1% tax that goes to sheriff or goes to fire or something like that. You pull those funds out so it's clear how they're being spent. But here, from what I understand, what's being proposed is we're just pulling these cost centers completely out of the general fund to be dealt with separately. What is the reason for that, and what is the benefit of that?
I'll let each one of the board members speak to the comments that they made during the committee meeting. But from my office, one of the most important things that we're trying to do is bring transparency to the budget and transparency to the areas where this board has a lot of discretion. And so we have had a focus on public safety. We've had it made public safety a priority in our budget. And I want to get to the point where anytime that we make a change to any public safety budget, whether it's a positive change or a negative change, that we are very transparent and very clear on that happening. There have been a lot of changes made to the budget in the past that has happened without the same kind of transparency that this move will bring. That's my number one priority, is the transparency and the clarity for the general public when they're looking at the public safety budgets.
I guess I'm not understanding the transparency side of it. So what has happened in the past that was not transparent?
Well, I can tell you that I've seen budget transfers come from the CO's office to transfer money out of the sheriff's department budget without a discussion with the sheriff and without the knowledge of the sheriff. And that has raised red flags with me. And I think it's a concern that we are addressing both with the actions that we have in our office, but we're also raising the optics of that by moving the sheriff's office and the fire department out of the general fund and into their own fund. It does not take any authority away from the board to manage those budgets or to approve those budgets. It just gives the sheriff the ability to manage his budget more transparently within his own cost centers.
Well, and thank you for that. So are we talking about, because we're not talking about actually taking positions and eliminating them without the board's input. We're talking about moving fund balance, so money that was put into one department that wasn't spent at the end of the year, using that money somewhere else, right? Is that what we're talking about?
We are talking about money savings, usually through staffing levels and through other savings that the sheriff comes up with, where he throughout the year may supplement some of his funds through special funding that came in from a different source. But we are not just talking about at the end of the year fund balance. These transfers happen throughout the year. And I'm sure the sheriff's here. He can probably speak to some of them. When I was made aware of it, I've been working to try to bring transparency to those transfers that happen and trying to stop that. We're also making some changes on how we actually budget. I've been very vocal about the fact that when we budget negative numbers to try to balance the budget, it's just not the way that we should be operating. And it's been a practice for years, and we're changing that in the budget process.
Maybe I can chime in, Ryan. Maybe I can give clarity for this.
And just real quick, I mean, it sounds like it sounds like you're not supportive, and I don't think anyone on the board is supportive of pulling money from department sheriff or anywhere without input from the sheriff or without input from this board. But so the solution to that you're proposing is to take it out of the general fund expenditures to add an extra step there if there are to be fund transfers or those decisions, just making it more difficult for just these two departments to transfer out. That's what we're proposing, right?
Well, I mean, that's one piece of it. And also I think it brings clarity to how much focus is on public safety and how much we're budgeting for public safety today and in the future.
Okay. And like I did a little research, but I'm sure you've done more than I have. Are there other communities that operate this way without, the caveat that they're either very, very large counties or that they have some kind of special tax measure or something?
Yeah, and I think I mentioned this previously, but there are other agencies that do this. It's not very common in rural counties. It is more common in larger agencies for their sheriff's office and other departments to have their own cost centers, but it's not unheard of. And I think that we're at a pivotal point where I'm still going to focus on transparency. We're trying to be more transparent with the budget, and this is the largest cost center in that discretionary bucket that the board has discretion over. And so I think it's important to bring that transparency to where the board is focusing their funding for public safety. And I do think that it does bring a little bit of, it brings a little bit of more work for the staff that's managing the budget or building the budget for this upcoming adopted budget. But it's a one-time action that we have to take that I think that meeting with the auditor's office, it's going to be pretty minimal on what we have to do at this time.
Supervisor Holland.
Okay. So I'm the chair of the finance committee, and so we had about 9 items we went over that day. They're not all from me and Anaya. A lot of them were like emailed. Steve sent something he wants to look into, and the public brought some stuff. And I believe the sheriff and the fire department brought this item about doing this. And we had a pretty good debate about it. I go on the fence back and forth on it because, to your point, it doesn't change the dollar amounts the sheriff's getting. But what it does is, historically, and I'm not going to blame whoever, we can lay it on our former county administrator, Tracy, if you want, but they would go in there because when the sheriff's department had vacancies, they were sucking that money out of the vacancies out to fund other things. And they were just quietly making these transfers. And of course the board approves them, but it's very easy to hide things deep down inside there. Like, oh, we're doing this fund transfer. It's all within the general fund. It just gets moved around. It gets all murky. And this is how, to be honest, this is how we get caught with our pants down going, well, you guys approve this. Because it's always going to come back to we approve this. But, a little bit of money moves here and here all of a sudden, so it is more difficult to do that now because the sheriff's department, because the previous board and this board, we have been funding the safety wheel, that they have less vacancy, so that's harder to do. But what that does is that does help prevent some of that going on when it helps prevent the circulation or the circumvent of the board's will or priorities by unelected. And of course, I mean, we control the unelected people, but it was still getting done. Nothing changed the fact that it was getting done. And so that brings that level of attention, spotlight to it. I could sit here and argue backwards why we shouldn't do it as well. It doesn't change the dollar amounts that the sheriff's going to get funded. It doesn't change the fact that at the end of the year, if there's a leftover fund balance, it sweeps back for us to decide what to do with that, just like any other department. This is what we've been doing with the fire department for the past, I don't even know how long. They can maybe answer that question, but as long as I think any of us know. So I think it's good for accountability. We talk about transparency and stopping the changes of what's going on. And, you know, I think this is another level of it, of that we're bringing that spotlight to where it brings clarity to what's going on. And we have a better picture of what's going on that we're approving. Because at the end of the day, it's always going to come to us to approve. But I think it gets less murky in there by one time we see this. And being that largest cost center, you know, that's where that money was coming out of. I mean, and it's in black and white. There's no denying it. So I've done a lot of research on it since we've had that meeting, met with Donnie a bunch, Debbie. You know, I heard what the sheriff has to say, what the fire has to say about it. And so I think it's a positive thing, you know, and if it turns out it totally is horrible, we can switch it back at some point. I mean, Donnie will hate us, but whatever. You know.
Maybe I got a couple questions with this too, because I appreciate you bringing up the fund balance consideration. I think is important. So, Roger, is this similar to when we get unanticipated revenue into the fire fund when we, you know, have basically, you know, whether we keep that within the fire fund or it's added back basically within the county? Is it a similar type thing where if we do this, the fund balance at the end of the year, we would have to proactively make, just for this, a determination that it comes to the general fund or it goes back?
Yeah, I think the board would have to give direction to move the money back to general fund if there is a balance.
Right.
I think Donnie may be able to speak a little bit to how they handle the transfer of the money, because fire's handled a little bit differently in the past. I believe that sometimes when they know they're receiving a certain amount of money from the state, they don't receive the money from general fund that they would have been allocated until the end of the year, and then they kind of do, I don't want to say a true-up, but basically kind of a true-up at the end of the year.
Well, I guess the point that I'm getting to is when we have our, the contract for fire is, I think, a little different because it's not running into a vacancy issue. There is somewhat of a fixed cost. The additional that we might put in is going to be for, I mean, repairs, apparatus, and equipment and whatnot. It is different. It has been different historically, less so now. But if we go back to 3 or 4 years ago where there was such a vacancy issue, I hear the concept of not having that fluidity where it can just be kind of moved willy-nilly, and I think that makes a lot of sense. But the idea that it would no longer return effectively back to the general fund balance, I mean, I think anything that is general fund funded, and it is not all general fund funded, at the end of the year, automatically returns to the general fund. Now, throughout that year, I don't want there to be a line item that the sheriff is relying on that suddenly 70,000 was transferred out of and there was no notice. But also, we shouldn't have at the end of the year that every single item, line item section, because we have this still budgeted out. It's not that this is all, I mean, we have this out for sheriff's office, we have this out for fire. In the budget, it is identified. It's just not in its own fund, but it's not like it's all just lumped together. We have that in our OpenGov. I guess the concern I have is that each year, this largest portion, which is a top priority, where we have put resources into it, then sets up our board and future boards into saying, okay, well, fund balance exists for a reason. It's used for certain purposes. The argument could be made that by taking it from that fund, the same as the fire example, is saying, well, this was allocated, it needs to stay here, and if it is removed to anything else, that's anti-public safety. When it doesn't, as you mentioned, change the fact that the priority was there, how much was allocated, how many positions were there, but it's more of a keeping the whole bit. And this is not specific to our sheriff, this is specific, I think, to how the public would interpret that. And that's a concern to me when we're talking about millions, where, let's say the sheriff naturally looking out for their department, a future sheriff, in a harder time, where we do decide we need to put a one-time amount into it to help make sure we can meet all payroll next year and maybe not use reserves yet, that there would then be a cross incentive where a department head would be advocating to keep their money so that they are unaffected, and the county would be put as an organization in a worse spot because it couldn't pull that money. So that's a concern to me. I know we're also looking at separating out, we already do, I think, AB 172 funds. We already do it with Prop 172. We do it with AB 109 funds. We kind of separate out. We're looking at, I think, later in this additional, what are grant-funded positions, grant-funded programs, separating that out too for transparency. But this one, if it affects that, is there something in the middle? Sorry, this is very roundabout. But between this full fluidity where it can be moved at any point, but not so far to the other side where to get unspent money at the end of the year back into the fund balance, we don't have to take an action. It is automatic.
I think we can just set that up as part of our, maybe I'm wrong, but we are the board, right? So we just set that as our policy. I mean, I don't, we don't need to look at attorneys anyways, right? So the five of us, we're gonna make this decision. Sorry, Sarah. But, you know, like, this is what our policy is gonna be. Like, okay, we'll do this fund thing. The fund balance will transfer back. There's two options. We could either transfer the unspent fund balance back, right? Or I'm just gonna make up some numbers so before everyone gets mad. If the sheriff's budget's $30 million a year and he has $1 million left over and his next year budget's gonna be $30 million again, then we'd only transfer 29 because he'd still be at 30 million.
Well,
So we have two ways of doing that, right? But I think it'd be cleaner, made a transfer back and then fully fund whatever next year's operation is. That way we're looking within our year. It gives us a clear identification of what we budgeted, what we spent, it rolls back. And we might say, you know what? I heard someone say, maybe the sheriff wants a helicopter. Okay, cool, we're gonna leave some fund balance in there because he wants to purchase a helicopter. Yes, of course Highway Patrol wants a helicopter over here, but, you know, so I mean, I think that gives us the options, but then I think it gives clarity to the public of where their money's going, how much was allocated, you know, because no one usually tries to run their budget below what they think they need, right? So there should always be, in every department, there's always a little bit of money left over because it's best guess, right? And you usually don't guess low, because that's not how state government or county government works. So I think we can set that policy, either it just rolls back, which I'm in favor of, and then we just fully fund the next year's budget. So
Well,
that way we get a clear picture of it.
That's two things, though, because one of them is it rolls back to the county, and then
To the general fund.
say we're doing the 30 million.
Okay.
We do 30 million, there's 1 million unspent, it rolls back to the county. We budget again 30 million plus whatever inflation, right? But the other part of what you said was 30 million, it doesn't roll back, it stays within that fund. Then that million next year plus inflation, right? But we budget 29. Are the two opposite things. They're not they're mutually exclusive.
Well,
And the
you're still-
concern I have is that 29, so
Yeah.
just to close on that, is that what would come out at that is not, there was extra money, so we didn't give quite as large of an allocation, but use that. And we have done that in the past. We've had many discussions about vacancy savings being reinvested into something and a lot of innovative programming. The concern I would see is the board just cut law enforcement by $1 million. Nobody then sees, well, the fund balance was added back to balance that out.
So I think we just roll it back to the general fund and we just fully fund the next year then.
Right, and the question is it more transparent than it is confusing? If it's already in line items, it's already separated out. I agree with the concept, again, we should not be robbing a department item that's been approved mid-year because it's under the signing or transfer authority. It's just that last bit.
Yeah.
Supervisor Campbell, Supervisor Holland, and I know the sheriff's right here. Eagerly wanting to participate too, and I want to have you in the conversation.
I lost him. I saw. Oh, there, he's right up in front. Okay,
He's right up in front.
I saw him pacing back and forth at the back.
Yeah.
You saw
All
the
right.
teddy bear back there, you're still.
Yeah, I mean, Supervisor Brandon, you took the words out of my mouth. So, yeah, that's my only concern is that if we're presenting this as though we're increasing transparency, my concern is that, as Supervisor Brandon said, there will be a scenario whereby we are pulling. It appears to the public that we are pulling $1 million from public safety when what we're talking about is fund balance, and that is not the same thing as cutting the budget of a department. And I think I'm very concerned that it'll be portrayed that way, and I feel that we are ceding some of our responsibility in that as board members, because we're responsible for the budget. And if departments, fire doesn't spend all their budget, that money, it's our discretion and it's our responsibility to see where that money goes. And so if it adds and adds and adds, that's the risk you run by having these external funds. Because then you're in a position, well, fire didn't spend as much money last year as they thought they were going to, and so am I going to take that money from fire? That's essentially what we're setting up, a scenario where we have to do that. Whereas right now, that was part of the reason why fire was put into the general fund very recently, just a few months ago, in the first place, is because it was set up, and I'm kind of going off on something now, but the history of why fire was an external fund is that we had to start putting money into that for purchasing engines and expanding services due to the SAFER grant. When it became clear that we had already established that this is what fire looks like in Tuolumne County, we built it up to that point, I felt it wasn't appropriate to have it as an external fund because that almost implies that this is a temporary thing, which I don't think anybody would agree that sheriff or fire are going to be a temporary expenditure for their taxpayer dollars. Like, that is something that is quintessentially part of the general fund, is paying for fire and paying for sheriff. Okay, anyway.
So then may we go version 1 where we just roll the expenses back in then, right? So that way the year's fully funded and whatnot. I don't know.
You know, isn't that, Supervisor Griefer?
No,
I think we're having a just jump in session or conversation, which is fine right now.
No, I just kind of, the entire budget's ours. Whether it's the sheriff's department, it's anybody's, the budget is ours, right? I want our managers, our sheriff, our department heads to have a budget that they feel comfortable with, and if they can reduce their expenditures so there is some money left over at the end, right? That's what we want them to do. We want them to find ways to trim the fat. We want them to find ways to accomplish the mission and not feel like we're taking money out of their pockets. If you want to roll it back at the end of the year and put it into and decide later, that's fine. But I'm almost of the opinion that if the sheriff, which you're not getting a helicopter, so stop asking me. Just kidding. If the sheriff says, hey, I've worked to meet my budget minus X amount, but I'd really like to get some additional training for my guys and split that with us and say, hey, look, can we keep $500,000 for additional training, and here's that $500,000 back? It's still our money. We can still tell them no. We can still say that's not going to happen. But I think we need to give the individuals who are in charge of their destiny, their funds, and let them control how they're going to run their departments. One of the biggest things is the sales tax. You brought up the 1% sales tax. The reason that didn't pass is nobody trusts you. Nobody trusts the government to do what we're supposed to do with that money, right? You mentioned the 1% sales tax when you were talking.
SAFER grant?
Nope, he said 1% sales tax. I wrote it down as soon as he said it.
But what I was talking about is the counties that do this have special taxes
100%.
for this. And what I'm saying is we don't have
I know,
special taxes.
and the reason it didn't pass is because the people don't trust the government to do what they're supposed to do with their money. So everyone that I spoke to in my district is 100% in favor of pulling it out and letting having it as a line item and running with it. So because they believe transparency is the most important thing right now, and that the additional part of that is that they would support a 1% special sales tax on another ballot, that they would have the ability to see exactly where that money's going. So that's just food for thought. Just put it in the back.
I would throw out
respond to that?
can I really quick too? Because I want to throw
he made a
out this
point that I
comment
wanted
that
to-
it's a matter of we don't trust folks here. I know that when it comes to public safety funding, I have several times worked to try and present measures that have been dedicated, citizen originated, that have been more limited to it. And not all members of this board also supported that effort. And I understand there are concerns. There's always concerns. There's a trust in government level, statewide, nationally, to every local government too. It's a hard effort. The biggest thing is folks who do not join in to say that there is a problem and we need a solution. I know that this is something that the sheriff and I had a lot of conversations about how do we get sustainable revenue to keep those services going. And we're making a lot of cuts right now, which I think some are very needed, but will continue to hurt to be able to prioritize what is our top priority and yet is expensive by nature.
Right. And
so
no,
I don't want to get it to where we're
So-
finger pointing and saying that this is you don't trust folks. I would say we also had people who were opposing that and now have to deal with the consequences of that decision.
Yeah, and I was one of those. I did not support the 1% sales tax.
Public safety sales tax.
Hold on, but I also did not campaign against it, right? So I let the people make their decision on how they wish to address this.
Okay.
And the number one thing was they didn't trust that the government was going to do what they said they were going to do. It's that nebulous black hole, it's the general fund, etc. So my whole issue is that's just out there, right? I'm just bringing that up because that's out there. That's part of our past, and it could be part of our future if we take the steps to show that we are moving these line items, right, cost centers, so people have all of this ability to go and look at it. Why wouldn't we do it, right? Nothing has changed. We're moving it from tab A to tab B. The department in question.
In what you said before, if I could interject, I'm sorry. In what you said before, you illustrated the issue that I'm trying to lay out, okay? If we are in favor of being fiscally conservative with our budgets, you laid out a scenario where, let's say, fire or the sheriff have $1 million left over at the end of the year, allowing that department head to have discretion to put a portion of that money into training. Now, what do you do next year? Let's say they spend all of their money and you don't have that extra money. Now we're in a position where we are actually cutting programs and efforts that these departments did the previous year. This is how government spending gets out of control, is you create a scenario where you allow departments to spend more each year, and then there creates an expectation or pressure on us to either approve those expenditures going forward, which means more money, or cut them, and now you're in a position where you're cutting public safety. What I'm saying is hold departments to what they budgeted at the beginning of the year, and whatever is left over, that goes back into the general fund. That's how almost all counties our size operate.
We're saying the exact same thing, right? Just a little different, right?
Well,
Hold on. So we're saying kind of the same thing. Is what I'm saying is that if a department has leftover $1 million, it's not that department's $1 million. It's our $1 million. So if that department head comes before the board and says, I would like to fund, or out of this $1 million, I would like $250,000 for training, it's still our money to say yes or no. They're not just going to go out willy-nilly to go do it. It's still our money.
I think you might have that in, and maybe I'm mistaken on the fundamental of that $1 million. My understanding is that is how it is currently.
Right.
It comes back to the fund balance. A department head could come in and say, hey, we contributed 1.2 million. We would like 600,000 to come back for a replacement. And we do that, and we do one-time expenses. What's proposed here is not what you're saying. It would be that that fund balance would stay within that revenue fund. They would not come back. We would have to proactively say, and maybe they've made the decision already, maybe they've spent it, hey, we're going to claw that money back to the general fund. You can't do that, which is very different.
Right, but this is a proposal, and as Supervisor Holland said, we can change that, right? We can have that discussion and say, what do we want to do moving forward? I really think there's two things in play here. One is transparency, right, as Mr. Root said, you know, making sure that the people understand that we are being the good shepherds of their money, not my money, their money, right, our money, their money, and making sure that the decisions that are being making are in the best fiscal interest of the county. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying there's one right way or wrong way, right? But the discussion is, why can't we just move it? It's moving literally from tab A to tab B on a piece of paper, right? It'll give Donnie, a headache, to do that, right? The question is, how do we want to move forward as an organization with those funds? That's a separate discussion.
Well, and I mean, there's some we're agreeing, is that like transparency absolutely is a very valid reason. I just don't see why this is more transparent. We do, it's not a pot of money in the anybody can go to OpenGov. You can look at where we spend money. You can see the public safety line item, the fire line item, right? The second bit is if we did want to establish an incentive process, and I think that's a great idea. If a department head saves money that we gave specifically for something, they find a way to do it more efficiently, maybe a return to aid policy that comes back. You get a certain percentage back for your priority. I think that makes a lot of sense. But again, that doesn't favor this proposal. It favors the board being able to create a centralized, fair program. So to me, this seems less transparent. The fund balance remains within that department. It is then by that department allocated, rather than it comes to the board and during a robust budget process. So I agree, transparency 100%. I don't see why this is more transparent. We're already that transparent. The only thing this does is limit our ability to affect how fund balance is budgeted.
So, some things I learned here by doing this research.
Mm-hmm.
Again, let's go back. The reason why we're even having to have this argument or discussion is because stuff was going on in the years past that I don't think the board totally knew about, and things are getting transferred. If straight up, if they just weren't basically I'm not gonna say steal the sheriff's money, but basically sliding it out to fund other priorities that may not align with the board's priorities was going on. You nailed it, Jared, when you said you can go to OpenGov and see that. That is not where the transfer takes place. They're doing the transfers in Central Square, which the public doesn't get in and see. OpenGov is just a shell that the public thinks is what's going on, and the real transfers are happening behind the scenes, hidden, because you probably go OpenGov, just like I would do, to see this stuff. It's going on in Central Square. Most of the public doesn't even know we have two systems going on. It's the dumbest thing ever. I don't know why we don't have one. I mean, we talk about transparency, and we have two separate accounting systems going on. One that they're creating the budget, and that's what's presented on. And then we have the one where Donnie's actually like physically has the dollars, let's just say.
Right.
So that's one issue. And I know one of the things we talked about in the Finance Committee was we were talking about, and this was me that brought this one, was about every year should fund every year, right? And this goes back to the central conversation we're having. If we're allocating $30 million to the sheriff's budget, it should show 30 million. And I'm a believer at the end of the year, if it's unspent in any department, it rolls back to the 5 elected officials sitting here to decide what we want to do with that. Doesn't mean we can't give it back to the sheriff, or all of a sudden we got to fix the park, or whatever we have to do. That's what we got elected to do. And I'm in favor of that. And I'm also in favor of us not rolling fund balance automatically forward in the next year to fund the next year. That's a policy of the board that I think we need to change, because to me, we're never getting ahead, because we're relying on this vacancy or not spending money to barely even fund the very next year. So that just tells me we're not in line with our expenses and our income ratio from just a fundamental business point of view. And so, again, we consider we ought to just get on to voting and get on with this, but I think I like the idea of it moving, and we set a policy where it just automatically rolls back. We don't have to have an argument. Doesn't mean that David can't come in front of us and say, hey, can you increase my budget for next year? I had some funds left over. I'd like to spend it on this. That's him coming to advocate for his department, which is what should be going on, right? Then everybody knows that's what's happening. It's clear, and we make a decision, yes or no.
But then the only thing we're doing is taking out of OpenGov, and you're right, and I totally agree about the transfers. I think that is a very valuable transparency point. I don't think it's what we're talking about here, because we could change this, and those transfers still happen in that other subsystem.
Well, no, but
maybe within a department, but it still is the same
It's
problem.
a bigger picture of what Steve was getting at. It's the untrust of the public, and I don't think Steve's trying to call anyone individual. It's just the government as a whole.
It's just you don't want to use the word "you."
So,
I think it is a we, and it's not just us. It's all of government. I guess so like the fund balance issue. Perfect example. And I'm sorry, I know Supervisor Kirk, I didn't see you had your hand up. It'll be so the fund balance issue.
I was put over here for a reason.
And this is the confusing, I guess, part to me. So we're saying, and I agree, I did not support the fund balance rolling average. I've never really liked that. We can do it as a one-time thing, but we maintain the control and that discretion. So we're about to look at that and potentially remove that policy, have all the fund balance come back, and then we make a determination. That is more in line with what we currently have for sheriff and fire, where all of fund balance comes back and we make that determination. The 50% of rolling fund balance rolled back in is more similar to me of having this smaller bit rolling back into the departments without our kind of oversight. And so that's the conflict I'm seeing. We're talking about kind of like different things here. If what we're saying is when you open the budget, there's a general fund. We have a fire one, we got a law enforcement one, right? Simplifying. We are taking those, and instead of being under the general fund tab, we are moving them. But literally nothing else changes. Not how the fund balance works, not how the budget process works, not how the contract process works back and forth. And I agree, separate issue, important separate issue. How does that increase transparency? All we did was move. So it would say the general fund would shrink by a lot. In one way, we could say, well, our general fund then is $15 million, not 70. And everybody says, 70, that sounds like a lot. Well, a lot of this is not really discretionary. That may be, but it's no more available. It's no more data. And if we're not changing any of these policies we're talking about, and then we're saying, well, we can always roll it back, but I'm failing to see the reason to do it in the first place. For fire, again, I think that maybe makes sense. I'm fine with that, but it's just, yeah. Supervisor Kirk, sorry.
No, it's okay. I'll try and make it quick. What you were talking about Mike, was budget versus actuals, which is really the heart of this. What I'm hearing, I'm just going to summarize this, is, and I've been listening to everybody's points of views. Everybody has real good points of views, but for me, still, my opinion hasn't changed. Our number one constitutional obligation is public safety, which is our number one priority, and our board has done a really good job of funding that. So what we're really doing is we're taking control of our largest cost center with public safety. We're not allowing the budget or CAO staff or anybody on the fourth floor to basically slosh money around with our number one priority. It has to come back to the board for any decisions moving forward. And finally, we can, I think we're all agreeing, we can keep control of fund balance. Now, the reality, I just want you guys to know this, is, we gave some very large investments into public safety, specifically law enforcement. First of all, by not making them cut 15% this last year, but also with the raises. But what's very interesting is if we had this practice in place the last 5 to 10 years, and say those fund balances came before the board and had our board said, no, you know what, we're going to let the sheriff's department keep those fund balances, and hey, maybe even put it in a little line item for savings. Those raises that we gave would have never touched the general fund in such a big hit the last couple of years, and it wouldn't have hit the general fund as substantially with those 15% cuts, because had those monies been budgeted for future potential negotiations and bargaining, it would have been covered. So it could be used for several different, ways. My opinion is I don't want it to automatically come back to the board as far as, okay, if there's $1 million fund balance, it automatically comes back to the board. But what I do want to do is have an automatic conversation about, and it's the same thing. Is it going to stay or is it going to come back? But I definitely don't want the money just reverting back into the general fund. I would like to have a conversation with the sheriff publicly and with our board about what's the best use of that money using forward. Maybe we're losing deputies at that time and we need to make another investment. Maybe they do need a helicopter. But and the last thing I wrote down is the narrative that we will be taking from law enforcement. I know that we are concerned as a board, governing board, how the public's going to take how we interact with law enforcement money. But I literally was at the finance committee and we were talking about the Tween Heart Library and the rented space. And I made everybody clear in the room, I'm not going to cut the library. We are not going to close the library. I posted a video. How many of you guys got blasted this last week with emails from Tween Heart about how Supervisor Kirk said he's closing the library? I literally told the community what we're going to do, what the narrative was, and literally the people in the community spun it. So the point is, the narrative of how we're going to do things, we can never control, but our actions and what we're doing, and we keep throwing around the word transparency, it's actually going to make our lives, I think, easier. It's going to be somewhere where people can go. The sheriff's going to be more accountable for the way he budgets, for the way he spends resources. It's going to put more onus on him, and I think it's going to be a better situation. So I hear from the two of you, actually, I think there's 3 or 4 of us who are concerned about the fund balance at the end of the year, but I think that's totally a fixable thing, which is we just have the conversation. Whether it comes back automatically or doesn't, I'd rather just stay, and then we have the conversation if it's staying or if we're pulling it out. But it's our number one obligation. We've made large investments, and at the end of the day, I think we got the right team in place to make this happen. So that's my opinion. It's 11:15. We can continue to talk. I think we really should hear from either the sheriff or the community, get some feedback, and then we should have a vote and get this accomplished.
Appreciate that. And I know we're having I feel, good conversation. So let's open it up for public comment. I think we'll include in general, and then we'll be able to, I'm assuming we'll need probably more than 3 minutes to be able to talk on this too. So the opportunity to invite back as well with the sheriff as a participant. So open up public comment on this item. Any members of the public would like to speak, you'll have 3 minutes to be able to do so. Technically, still good morning.
Good morning, Mike Smithwick, member or citizen of Tuolumne County. I just want to say that I support the effort to make the way you spend the money more apparent to the public. I think that the way I visualize it in my head is, if I'm looking at a spreadsheet of all the expenditures or the budget items, and I have to go through that and pick out what the budget items are for the sheriff or for the fire. You know, that's a lot of work, whereas if you put it in a separate tab, it's right there. And you're not losing the money, you're not giving up the money. The money is still yours, but now if you move it out of the sheriff, I've heard concerns about, well, it doesn't look good to the public, or, you know, we're gonna get blasted in the press or whatever. Well, you might. I can't say you won't. But at least, you know, now if you're gonna move it, you have to justify it. And this is a real big issue with me as a member of the public, is that the money we pay in taxes goes in the general fund and then it just kind of disappears. We don't know where it goes, how it goes, what you guys do with it, how it gets moved around in the middle of the year. This at least is a step towards saying, we're gonna give this money to the sheriff, and if we take it away or we give more, now it's right out in front where people can see it and digest it. So as a member of the public, I just want to say that I'm in favor of setting up this fund and increasing transparency and visibility for the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And additional comments? Good morning
Good
again.
morning. Transparency seems to be a huge buzzword lately, not just in this room. But I would say I support this based on comments from Roger that are quite shocking, that money's been taken without you guys knowing or the sheriff knowing. That's, you know, nothing that anyone wants to hear ever. And Mike's comments, I think, were great. And Anaya's, I'm hearing a lot of reasons to do this, but I'm not hearing a whole lot of reasons not to, other than, you know, it doesn't change anything. Well, okay, if it doesn't change anything, then let's do it. Let's try it and see what happens. Because I do think it's good for the public to be more aware and to have that opportunity to see what's going on. We're supposed to be partially that tape measure I was talking about earlier. I really don't care what the other counties are doing. Supervisor Campbell, with respect, it's not a bad idea to sometimes look at what they're doing, but ultimately we should be our own tape measure and do what's right for our county. And considering what has been happening, I think it could benefit the public. And yes, public opinion matters. And yes, they don't trust government. I've said that at least a dozen times standing here, both in the tax issue and in other issues. And it's not like a pointing the finger at you or anyone else. It's just a general discontent going on both in this county and across the state and across the entire country because of mismanagement from government. And so it just, you know, this can only help that situation. So I don't see why it's a big deal. And like Mike said, we can always go back if we need to. And if you remember, I believe the sheriff had to stand here during the general fund budget meeting when the figures were up on the screen about the hiring. And I don't have the details perfectly in my memory, but there were some things that were presented during that day that were very misleading to the public that he had to then step up and correct, because it made it seem like the entire general fund was being spent on hiring new staff for the sheriff's office. And it was very misleading. And so he had to step up and correct that. So maybe this would help with those types of things where the public isn't completely confused about what's going on from a budget standpoint. So I fully support this for those reasons. Thanks.
Thank you. We have additional public comment. Welcome back.
Just a couple of comments that, as someone who does bookkeeping and accounting for a living, I was concerned meeting about a year ago when we were going over this budget process, and granted I was new to this platform and trying to understand how government, Board of Supervisors, all these departments work. But at that meeting, there were several items that, and I believe it was Ms. Peterson that had to come in and make this presentation. It was on the screen with several slides about how things had to be adjusted to clean up some transactions that had occurred over a period of time. So as someone who does that for a living, it was concerning to me to hear that kind of term used, and those things had to be done to clean up some other things that had been done. And again, I don't have the details. I looked through my binder. I couldn't find that particular meeting. As Supervisor Holland said, if it doesn't work, we could change it back. And that is, I volunteer at a thrift store. And if any of you have ever shopped thrift stores, it is daunting, very challenging. Donations come in, they have to be cleaned, sorted, put out on the shelves. And sometimes you get 100 of this and 1 of that, but you've got space for 100 of those and only 1 of that. So you have to do this whole swap change thing. And my disclaimer when I go in and help and as a volunteer is that I'm going to tear this down, I'm going to rebuild it, and if you don't like it, I will change it back. And no hard feelings at all. So I really like that because I use that, on a daily, weekly basis, with the jobs that I do. And I really feel that when departments make an effort to have savings in their budgets, when they have this money, but they make an effort to not use it all just because it's there, and they're told that we have to spend this money so we get this amount next year, that when they make the effort to have those budget savings, that it should be an incentive for their department to say, we did this last year at a savings, and what can we do to, we need these extra things next year, what can we do to have that come back to us, as an incentive? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment? No. Okay. All right. With that, we'll close public comment. Sheriff, you want to join us? I know we're having a good conversation there. Sorry for the delay in that. Appreciate you joining.
No apologies needed. We're doing the public's work. Thank you, Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. I appreciate the conversation. I'm in wholehearted support of extra transparency and ensuring that we maximize our constitutional protections and authority of what happens with money. And I have a high level of respect for this board's legislative authority over budget. But just, I think it's important also to bring clarity that there are several Supreme Court decisions and also Attorney General decisions that talk about how specifically safety, a sheriff and the legislative board work together to accomplish the people's safety and security as mandated in the Constitution. There is nothing in my support behind this decision that is trying to rob the authority from this board. My wholehearted effort is simply to be accountable for my actions and also yours in how we deal with each other to best provide services for this county. It has been a very long last year and a half, and I don't need to go into the details of the challenges that have been highlighted at this very podium for the purposes of time-stamping things, from things that happen in the budget to transactions that are less than keeping with the highest standards of the Budget Act. I've spoken publicly about them. There are things that I've brought up to supervisors that have been diligent in their actions at fixing those things, and I think that that's exactly what we're doing. The goal isn't to try and hog money or bring money into a special revenue fund to keep it just because we want to spend more and have the legislative board then have to approve more or hold your feet to the fire for that. I can tell you right now, in that scenario or that $30 million scenario where we have $1 million left over in the sheriff's office, and therefore if you were just going to fund it the same way and bringing $29 million, to assert or even think that I would allow the public to believe that you cut public safety by $1 million is not a concern that you need to have. Matter of fact, that's a problem I would love to have. I would love to go before the public and say, your supervisors have maintained a level of funding that is consistent with what I need to protect this county, not the other way around. And that has been the narrative ever since we've been taking public safety seriously across the board. I take every opportunity to capitalize on the partnerships that we share and the shared vision of what it costs and how staying fully funded, implementing meaningful raises that I will just capitalize on the opportunity to say brought us to almost average in the Tri-County area, but nonetheless, it was an investment. We were also having conversations about eliminating a graveyard services in this county too. So one could argue that we were at rock bottom. And I would challenge folks to illustrate to me where the cost savings over the last 5 to 10 years by running a 30 vacancy rate, where that money went to. I hear a lot of conversations about PERS and safety liabilities, but I would argue this, and I said it at the finance committee when I looked over at the auditor controllers, and I said, tell me, if we had implemented something like this and created sustainability 10 years ago, how much would I be hitting the general fund for? And it took the air out of the room, because the answer was probably zero, if we were truly being accountable with those monies. And here's the thing, if there is fund balance at the end of it and the board wants to take it away, it's my leadership obligation to advocate for the people to say, why don't we create extra sustainability? Leave it, just give me the 29 million and we'll call it a day. I am more accountable for every dime, and that's what I'm advocating for. When the people come to me and they say, Sheriff, how much of that TOT do you get? I say, I don't know, because all the special department revenue goes into one big giant pot and it's into the general fund. And that's the narrative that we've been hearing for years. We've had constituents come to this podium and say, we just increased TOT, show me where that money's going. And we get a very vague, smoking mirror answer of, well, it's hard to track, but public safety takes up X% of the general fund, so do that math. That's a very, very screened way to look at what's really happening in our local economy. But I would offer this as another point of transparency, is that if we were to have that special revenue fund and we can earmark that money that's already restricted for the safety of the people, yes, it is going to reduce your general fund by, call it $9–10 million, but that's restricted funds anyway. And the people should have a clear picture of what that general fund truly looks like. And then from there, supplementing the people's dollars, the local dollars, fund public safety, the sheriff's office, fire, whatever we're talking about, accordingly. And then that way we can show, based on that money that's in the general fund, here's what's coming in that's TOT, and hold ourselves accountable. And no playing games, no backdoors to the Budget Act, no none of that nonsense anymore. And I'm proud of the moves that this board is making. I'm proud to be a part of that team. I'm proud that I don't have to come up here and say I can't participate in a budget process because it violates the Brown Act. And by the way, I had to put people on notice for a violation of the Brown Act, specifically for budget. I'm proud that I don't have that concern anymore, and it's the work of this board. I appreciate your support, the continued support, and I will be your biggest advocate so long as we are doing the right thing by the people. If this board should decide that they need to cut safety, great. All I'm asking for is that that conversation take place in the public so the people can maximize their right to participate. And I know that you want the same thing. So I appreciate the conversation. I look forward to the action moving forward. Thank you.
Great, Sheriff, thank you. And we'll probably have, I'm sure we're going to have questions for you.
Happy to answer, sir.
Yeah. Anyway, well, I can lead quickly with it, I guess, to clarify, there's a few things in it. One, this idea of having it as more separated in the budget, I'm in support of that. I think it would make it more clear what the general fund we're actually working with outside public safety is. I don't think it's a huge change, but I think as a clerical edit, it's more transparent. And I agree on the issue of the CAO signing authority being used to kind of transfer $70,000 at a time between items without really a check on that. And that's been, I think, a problem in the past. At some level, it can't all come to the board. CAO has to be able to decide things. But to have those decisions made from an approved budget without having a notice process. So I think we should address that. I guess the big issue that I have is specifically the end of your fund balance. And I mean this, that Sheriff, it has been a pleasure working with you. You are level-headed, you are smart, you are collaborative, you work with others. I'm not speaking of recent memory, but of historical knowledge of what people kind of tell me. Not all sheriffs are like that. There have been elected sheriffs, which is an elected position, that come in and rail boards and really rally the public against them, their department ahead of some other stuff. I've seen this in other counties that it's happening right now. And it's not to say that it is any disrespect for law enforcement, but the nature of elected positions, the same as me saying, well, trust us. We're all great, right? We're all really doing good. We're not planning for this board. We're planning for all future boards. That's the concern, where it may end up with something where somebody is not going to say, I'm there to advocate if you need to reduce it from 30 to 29, we'll use the fund balance. that somebody is not accurate and responsible and a team player in that, but comes in and says, if I can take the fund balance and get the money, and I want an increase too, and I don't care about the budget, and we've had, from what I've heard in the past examples, so that's my concern. All of it, if we can address that fund balance, which sounds more like addressing the CAO's approval, adding some level of change there where transfers would happen within that system. I don't know if that addresses it, but that is the one thing, and it is just, I fundamentally think fund balance comes back to the board at the end of the year. We receive requests, and then our priorities are then investing back, which often are public safety equipment and apparatus and what we've done. But to have it not come back is, to me, less transparent.
So when I went back and looked at it, Jaren, it wasn't the CAO, it was the board approving stuff. It was just all hidden away in how it was getting done. And so, and it was hundreds of thousands of dollars, not 10,000 or 50,000. It was a lot. Like, I kind of was like, oh, that can't be true. And then it turns out it kind of is true. So all this, again, I think people want to track the money. I think we beat this horse to death. So let's just get on with it. We got lots to do today.
The fire chief.
True.
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry, Nick.
Got a teddy bear.
I like it. He brings the teddy bear. I
Good
like
morning.
it.
Nick Cashy, Tuolumne County Fire Chief, Unit Chief for CAL FIRE. I brought this up with me as you saw that nice display of appreciation earlier, but I also brought it up because that incident that was referenced was in Jamestown. My very first board meeting with the board as your fire chief was to cut the Jamestown engine because we didn't have enough money. And that was probably 6 years ago, right? Chief Supervisor Campbell, I think you were on the board
5 or
then.
6.
Different group then by a couple of boards. But being that fire was listed on the action today, I just thought it'd be appropriate that I come up and say a couple things. One of those was, and talk about transparency. When I heard this was coming up to be transparent, I was like, we just got moved into general fund. Why are we moving back? But this is how we've always been for fire, right? As long as I've been your chief, we've had our own separate fund. The fund does have some value being separate that I would throw out there, that even though it may be common terminology for us that are in the budgeting process, the community may not see. And that is that since 1978 with Prop 13, taxes are capped, costs go up, it takes a general fund transfer out. Even though it may be more difficult, and even if it doesn't really change anything, the ability for the public to have a more palatable viewing point, there could be some benefit for us, especially when we have to build value in what we're providing to the public. Specifically, and I've said this in board meetings in the past when fire department comes up, but it's gonna take a revenue generator to keep a level of service in Tuolumne County for the fire department. So like I said, initially it was like, man, we just moved, now we gotta move back, but I do think that there could be some benefit here. And as the fire chief, streamlining with the sheriff's department as public service, I would be in support of the move if the board considers it. So just wanna take some time, of course, make sure everybody got to see our gift that we got earlier today.
That's not fair. We have additional comment there. All right, we'll bring back to the board, and I agree. I think we've had a really good discussion on this. Maybe in two senses, agreeing with one of the points Supervisor Campbell made is that it would be helpful to have from staff more in some of these memos as they come forward, because we've had a lot of really good discussion. A lot of it really has nothing to do with anything in the memo, but it is relevant. Maybe it could have been addressed ahead. So I believe we'll be looking for a motion to move on this item.
I'll make a motion.
What is the item, though?
So, yeah, actually, we need to clarify the
What are
motion.
we-
I'm
'cause
assuming,
all-
Supervisor Kirk, that is the creation of a fire and law enforcement, or sheriff's office specifically. Sheriff with all related cost centers and one for county fire, and to move out of the general fund these new special revenue funds for the development of the 25-26 budget.
So what I'd
which
say,
will come back as a 4/5 vote. Is that correct? Or no, because it's coming up. Right.
and I hear you, Supervisor Kirk, that you're wanting to make a motion. I'd be supportive of this if we had some mechanism that, like Supervisor Holland brought fund balance is my main sticking point, that brought fund balance back into general fund automatically at the end of the year, so that we're not just carrying that forward for these departments. Because that's where I see the problem of budgets expanding year in year, and we're spending more and more money when the pie's not getting bigger.
I I hear you, and I appreciate that. I would love for this to be a 5 vote. We'll see how the other board members are, but kind of like the gentleman in the room said, he's right there, thank you. I think you summed it up best. If we're gonna pull it out, we gotta justify why we're removing it. And so I think the idea of it automatically going back to the general fund, I think it's the same idea other than I don't want it to automatically go into the general fund. I want there to be a conversation, a budget conversation about if it is gonna go back to the general fund, we have to justify why we're moving it. So I think what I'm looking for is the conversation before that action. And maybe what you're looking for is just automatic transfer. So I hear what you're saying, but I disagree just on that point of view. So my motion would be, as is with the budget conversation, should we want to remove money from that line item?
All right, so we do have a motion. I wanted to see if there is a second. I know we could have more discussion on this too. I agree. If we want 5-0, I think we can get to it. The general fund one is the concern for me. It doesn't have to be there. It could be contingencies, could be reserves, could be paying down debt, could be a separate fund balance line item we want to create. I mean, but the issue is whether it just stays in the department and recircles, or it comes back in some way.
It could even automatically go into a savings line item for the sheriff's department. But the point is, if we're going to pull it out and put it back in the general fund, we got to have a conversation.
Yeah, and I think that's just the sticking point.
So I think this goes back to the conversation about us, we're gonna have later about not rolling fund balance forward. And so maybe some of those concerns can be addressed, like how we're gonna do this overall process about changing, because we're talking about really changing a lot of our budgeting concept ideas, so we have a more accurate cost of what we spend and what we bring in year per year without the murkiness always having to happen. So I don't know if that's more helpful.
So I'll throw in that I'll support this, because that's a really good point. We are going to talk specifically about fund balance. I want to bring that up specifically. This is not just the sheriff. This is to every department that has fund balance.
Correct.
And I hope for your support when we talk about it overall. So
Second.
we have a second. There we go. Thank you.
I didn't understand that last part you said.
Since we have a second item coming up later on fund balance, I'm going to bring back up the fund balance process discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
As it applies to this?
As it applies to any fund balance.
Okay.
Which would include this.
I feel like, well, okay.
There's a little
So we have
overlap,
a motion and a second.
but we have a motion and a second.
I'll make a counter motion and see where this goes. So everything that you said and I guess the central disagreement here is I feel it is incumbent on the department to justify why they should continue or why they should be able to spend that fund balance. It's not our job to justify why we should take it out. That's, I think, the crux of the issue. So I would say approval of this and we haven't, there's no clarity in anything that's been presented to us, so we're gonna have to give some leeway to staff, but I would say with some mechanism that allows there to be a conversation about the fund balance. I'm okay having the fund balance. Okay.
We're saying the same thing.
It's not automatic, that it wouldn't be automatically transferred over, but that it would be automatically transferred over unless there is some reason presented by the department to not do that.
So force the conversation.
And so may I recommend consideration of this as a friendly amendment first? And whether
very friendly.
Yeah, it
friendly.
accomplishes the same thing, which is let's have the conversation before it gets put back in the journal.
So do you accept the friendly amendment?
Yeah, sure. That's a new
those
one.
would come back to the board.
Friendly amendment.
Okay. Is that
Well, I'm out of it because if he makes it, then.
No, it's a friendly amendment. So do you still second the same? It's Supervisor
downgraded my
Kirk's.
motion.
Yeah.
What was that?
He downgraded my motion. So
Yeah.
we're slightly changing it to say that
Yeah.
that the money would be transferred back into the general fund unless the department presents a reason not to, and giving them the opportunity to do that.
That they would present the idea to the board. And
It
Supervisor
accomplishes, I'm looking at what it accomplishes.
Then
Accomplishes the same
then
thing.
I'll second it.
Conversation.
Okay. That might be a 5-0. All right. We have a first by Supervisor Kirk. We have a second by Supervisor Griefer with the friendly amendment, Supervisor Kirk's original recommendation as staff has here, with that it would come back basically to the general fund unless presented by the department head for an allocation. Right? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstaining? Okay, 5-0.
Look at that.
Hey, boys, we got there. All right, good job. It's a friendly amendment, as opposed to an unfriendly amendment.
That's a parliamentarian thing.
Okay, so with that, we have 18, 17 minutes. We could probably be able to do another one if we'd like. Item 19 goes back into the fund balance conversation. I don't know if we want to do one that we think might be a little smaller, but I don't know if any of these will be small. So how about we move into item 19, see how far we get, and we try to keep it 12 o'clock on the button.
That's going to make that recommendation since we have some people from the airport committee and staff from.
Okay, and how about we'll have the clerk read the item, and if it's fine, we can be able to do public comment early. That way, if we have more public comment than we have time, you're able to let us know and not have to wait another hour to hour and a half. So, if the clerk can read the item, item number 19.
Item number 19, consideration of approving amendments to the Board of Supervisors budget policy to reflect changes to use of fund balance and unsecured property tax on aircraft.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll be opening up public comment on this item. Again, item number 19. If any members of the public would like to speak, you'll have this opportunity to come forward and be able to present. I figured you might be here for the airport one.
Right. So, Chairman Brandon and Board, Mark Banks, I serve on your Airport Advisory Committee and the Airport Land Use Commission. So, the idea that I was not even aware that property tax derived from unsecured aircraft actually went into the general fund, and who knows where it went from there. I think this just makes sense, especially in light of the fact that those funds, we need to do our due diligence. If we expect to have the FAA participate in the grant fund process, we need to actually show that we're doing everything we can to be efficient in our use of our county funds and our counties participating in that. So the best deal out there right now is some of that FAA grant money that you get basically 90% to a 10% match for the county. So that being said, I think that's enough reason right there to, hey, let's put this unsecured property tax, make sure it's earmarked and gets back to maintaining the airport and maintain our relationship with the FAA and the federal government on that respect. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have additional public comment on this item?
Good morning still.
Good morning. Technically, yeah.
J.C. Carter from Living Twain Hart, tenant at the airport. I believe this is a good change to make. My aircraft are currently based out of Tuolumne County. I pay property tax to Alameda County. If I knew where that money was going directly to the airport, I would consider moving significant aircraft resources back to the county, paying that property tax there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have additional public comment? Going once, going twice. All right, we'll close public comment. I just realized, Roger, can you read the item? Can you present the memo? We jumped the gun a bit.
Actually, I really wanted to go first because I wanted to, there's two items on here. The first item is the use of the fund balance, and there's a sentence in there that says, regarding the use of fund balance for all funds. And I think if we would have had item number 19 before number 18, it might have helped a little bit on number 18. But with that said, the board has a budget policy that allows, as we're building the budget and developing the budget for the upcoming year, we can use 50% of the 10-year rolling average of the fund balance to help balance the budget. And what that first item is actually bringing to the board is that we come back to the board and the board decides what happens with that fund balance. And the board decides if we can use any of that fund balance to help balance the budget for the upcoming budget. The second item, which you've heard some public comments about, is about the unsecured property tax revenue on aircrafts and making sure those funds go back into the operation and maintenance of the airports based on the amount that is collected for each one of the airports. And I believe the numbers are down there in the memo, but for 2025 are approximately $83 $100,000 that would go back into the airports for their appropriate allocation. So those are the two items that are in here that were supported by the Finance Committee to bring forward to the board. And we will be looking for your board to provide us with the recommendation to make this change in your budget policy for the use of fund balance and the unsecured property tax on the aircrafts.
Great, I appreciate that. Yeah, so we kind of have the simple points. Just so we don't end up losing it, I think there is one smaller topic on here that I think is the unsecured property tax on aircraft. If it's fine with the board, if we're able to maybe have a comment and discussion on that before we move into what probably will be longer, which is the fund balance conversation. With that, we both have airports in our districts, but since I'm Sharon, Supervisor Griefer, will you lead the conversation about the unsecured property tax?
Yeah, actually, thank you, Chair. Brought this up, kind of started kicking this around several months ago, started piquing a lot of interest. This is a very easy way for us to take funds that, as the gentleman said in the back, this is exactly one of the byproducts that we want to have happen, is people to say, I want to register my plane in Tuolumne so we can have more of those property taxes because they will know exactly where that money is going to go. So we want to encourage people to register their planes here, which will also then support Mr. Banks's position of working with the FAA, showing that we have a large number of aircraft registered in our county and giving us opportunities. Obviously, Columbia and Pine Mountain Lake airports are two completely different beasts, and our goal is to work with our pilots and our association and the pilot associations out there to not only have their planes registered here, but to have a direct correlation between the funds coming in, going to the airports, going to maintenance, going to supporting the two airports, not just one, but both of them, as well as then the ability to start getting more fly-ins and more economic development and more, which will sustain in the long run these airports. So that's kind of where the genesis of this conversation started. I appreciate the Finance Committee looking into this. I appreciate the staff for looking into it as well. I know when I first brought it up, it was a lot of, I don't know if we can do that. And, well, here we can. So, as you know, don't tell me no, tell me how. So let's just get this thing done and go to lunch.
Amen.
Are there any concerns or any questions on this item? I don't have any.
The only thing, and I've said it, I don't mean to beat a dead horse. My concern, which has been alleviated, which is I didn't want to use any of these monies to do patch fixes to kick the can down the road for the FAA. The gist of it is we either got to eventually give Pine Mountain Lake back to the residents and let them handle it, or we got to get it to where it's in compliance to where we can be eligible for grant monies. So my concern with this was I didn't want to push that conversation off too far. I'm being told it isn't. So I do, for the reason that Banks and everybody said what they said today, I do completely support it. But again, we really got to get down to, if we really want to get Pine Mountain Lake the best it can be and get all those grant monies, because we got $3 million worth of stuff that needs to be addressed up there. We really got to be eligible for those grant monies, and I want to get there. I don't want to be like past boards and kick the can down the road year after year, decade after decade. There's no way we're going to front $3 million to fix something that's been pushed back for so long. So just thank you for hearing my concerns on that, and whenever you guys want to make a motion, I'll support it.
Great. And actually, I did have one question maybe to staff real quick. Since they are both enterprise funds but separate, this unsecured property tax will be going proportionate to each airport, basically, right?
That is correct, and there is a table in the in your memo that shows the last several years of funds and that would have been allocated. So it does show the amount.
And it is maintaining two airport funds, though.
That is correct.
Right. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and that was kind of the nature of the questions that I had. So it's $27,000 Pine Mountain Lake, $56,000. Is that that's what they generate? How much money from general fund was going into these two airports, and are we supplanting that money? Because is this money because if we're taking it out of general fund and putting it directly to these airports, if we weren't spending that amount of money, then that means it's coming out of something else. And so we're trying to cover ourselves with a blanket that's too small. If we pull it up over our shoulders, we're going to uncover our feet. And that's why I'm concerned with this, is that if we're taking money that is already in general fund, putting it directly to airports over and above what we're already spending, where is it coming? Where's that going to come from?
Our airport and public works director are here. I'll let them answer that while I'm looking it up.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, do we spend more than 56,000 on the Columbia Airport, which I'm sure we do, and then I know we've at various times put money into Pine Mountain Lake Airport, but what is the annual cost there? That I'm not as
I
familiar
believe
with.
the Finance Committee, Supervisor Campbell, I think I heard 36,000 is what we transferred maybe this year or last year out of the general fund to.
It's about 32,000 this
32,000.
year to Pine Mountain Lake. It was about 26,000 last year. It was significantly more the year before because the board funded the feasibility study.
Right.
Columbia Airport does not take any general fund contributions. In the past boards have provided general fund as that 10% match for grants, but no regular operating costs for Columbia come from the general fund.
Okay, so this would be an additional 56,000
To-
or you know,
to Columbia, yes.
To Columbia that, okay, so that's going to essentially come out of general fund.
Correct.
Okay. So I just look to Roger then, what is that going to come from? Like, we'll have to cut somewhere else to cover that cost, right?
Absolutely. I mean, in general fund, we'd have to find the money to make up the cost. The adopted budget is not complete yet. I believe that the funding will exist to cover these. Items are fairly small.
Could I ask a clarification?
Supervisor Kirk?
So from the general fund, it was around 50,000, and then these coming in is going to be 83?
That's correct.
And are we going to be still doing 83 plus the 50 from general fund, or are we just going to put it sounds like we should just use these fees to go to the airport and
Yeah,
not the
these fees will replace the 20-some thousand that was going up to, or 32,000 that was going up to.
Okay. So the hit to the general fund will be.
There'll still be a hit to the general fund
40,
because that money
50,000.
was in general fund previously, and we weren't funding Columbia at all. And so that's a little bit of a hit.
Okay.
These are both enterprise funds, correct?
They are
Both
correct.
airports are enterprise funds.
That's correct.
Right.
Yeah, and all that said, I'm not necessarily against investing in the airport. It's just, this should probably be a discussion that's folded in with the budget, you know, instead of doing this one-off. I thought that was kind of what
Yeah, we
were
are
gonna do.
seeking direction because we will do this for the adopted budget of 2025, which comes in September.
Right, but we're deciding now, though.
We're deciding now, so.
I think the idea is if the money for this 1% is supposed to go to the airports, then put it to the airport. It's kind of back to the conversation of the general funds become this hole where every little thing is getting thrown into it, and we're trying to get a true budget, which is if these fees are being assessed for the airports, go to the airports. A bigger, broader picture would be TOT. If TOT is for XYZ, is it truly going to XYZ? I think we're trying to get to that place where there's some clarity with some of these monies coming in, where they should really be earmarked to.
Yeah, I guess I'm not understanding this. I've heard somebody said it, the general fund is like a whole, the general fund is what funds
Well,
county
let me
services.
rephrase
So
the better part, which
I
is
feel
if
like-
these monies are earmarked for the airport, then we need to make sure they go to the airport.
Well, but they're not,
Not
I mean,
the general.
unless we decide to do that.
Well, what's the point of them?
All of these pulling things out of general fund, to me, makes it more complex and less transparent. General fund is available to the public, it's easy. If somebody was talking about tabs, our
So-
general fund is divided into tabs
So
by
this
department.
item
So-
is actually to change the budget policy, the
Right.
board's
Yeah.
budget policy, so then we can take action during adopted budget to make those changes that you're gonna either approve or not approve today.
So as enterprise funds, if it helps, they are supposed to be self-contained, and that's been a problem we've talked about, that one of them has not been self-contained. The idea that it is basically getting the revenue back, we're talking about the policy, which is why we're not doing it, I think, at the budget there. But I hear where you're coming from. I think the goal is to get these to where there needs to be no subsidy whatsoever. And on the other side, we have increased with your work, the fees at these airports as well, to help be able to stabilize.
We're working
Awesome.
on the fee increases. They haven't been implemented yet. I do want to add that this was a recommendation from the 22-23 grand jury report, and this would be the final recommendation to implement, to have this personal property tax on the airplanes actually go into the enterprise funds.
Are there other situations that are analogous to this where property taxes are paid in connection, or that could be, or that are in connection with enterprise funds? I'm just kind of, I'm a bit playing devil's advocate here. I'm worried about this methodology being applied other areas where it's not as appropriate.
I actually don't have an answer for that today, but I can tell you that one of the things that we are doing is spending more time looking at our budget, where the funding comes from, where the revenue comes from, and how we're spending that revenue that comes in. And I think it kind of goes back to a question I heard earlier just about the public really not knowing where some of the money that comes in on certain revenue sources like TOT, that increase, where's that increase going to? I think that's part of the entire process of being more transparent. And there may be other enterprise funds that have money coming in that's going in general fund. I can't answer that question today, but that's the process that we have been going through. This is one step in that direction of being more transparent and making sure that we're accountable for where funds are going when they come in as revenue.
Okay, I guess what I'd be looking for is that at the end of the day, if we're pulling money out of general fund to put it toward any enterprise fund, I want to know where it's coming from. So that's effectively what we're deciding here, is to reduce what's in general fund for all the other services, libraries, parks, everything else, and put it into airports. I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but I just don't want, we're talking about transparency, but we're not talking about that. So I feel that in some degrees, by divorcing this discussion from the general discussion that we have every year with the budget, is less transparent. Because we're not connecting the dots to the loss of revenue in another area if we're adding more here.
We're absolutely going to connect the dots. We're not doing a budget action here today. We're changing the policy so that we can bring that budget action in September.
I mean, the policy change is the budget change.
Well, the policy change is giving us direction to bring the adopted budget with that change in it. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I also think that we work on the budget 12 months out of the year. We may only bring it to the board a few times throughout the year, but it's constantly being worked on and constantly being looked at. And I think even more today than ever in the past, we're spending more time looking at all these special revenues and all these and everything's coming in and where it should go. And I do think that this is a good case where I think we've heard it from the public, like this is a good case where this revenue's come in for years and a portion of it has gone to general fund, even though we have to, even though we have a big need at the airports to use it. And we, the board does have that discretion, but I think this is an opportunity for the board just to have one more step towards that transparency that we were talking about and making sure that the revenue that comes in that should be for a special situation like this does go there.
And just to do a time check, so it is 12 o'clock, and time wants to be able to, no, and this is not to say no. We want to hear from you. Only that if we feel like we've had enough discussion on this, we're able to move after you're able to present what you're wanting to present there, that I'd be willing to look for a motion and have these be split. I think we should just approve the aircraft thing or at least do a vote on it for the unsecured property tax. And then when we come back, we'll be splitting the question basically and doing the second half of 19, which is the fund balance amendments in the budget policies. So please present.
Good afternoon, Board. Tanya Scheffner, Airport Manager for Tuolumne County. And I wanted to speak to Ryan's point. Supervisor Campbell, you have a great
Ryan's
point
good.
that we are pulling funds from the general fund that the county's used to having to put toward other very important services in the county. I did want to highlight the point that both of our airports serve the entire county with our emergency services that we offer. CAL FIRE did over 267 calls last year. They can respond within 7 minutes, and they are primarily 20 minutes out. Anywhere else, the next nearest air attack bases would be 25 and 30 minutes to get to our airports. Pine Mountain Lake has an average of 15 to 30 PHI helicopter pickups there for primarily trauma victims. And we have an obligation to the entire county to make sure that the asphalt and the cracks are sealed while it's under our care. So I also wanted to highlight that the study that came out that the board accepted did report that Pine Mountain Lake brought in $7 million of revenue to the county, and Columbia brought in $30 million of revenue to the county. And so this money that's getting redirected in, potentially, if you choose to vote for it, will benefit the entire county.
And small C county. We're not getting $37 million in revenue to use for stuff, so.
Direct and indirect.
Correct.
Thanks.
So bringing it back to the board. Again, we can continue discussing this. I'd like to call for lunch so we're able to give our staff the time. But I'd be willing, as I said, I think the simplest way, we split the question on this. We can do a vote right now if we've had adequate discussion on the unsecured property tax. And we'll come back and do the fund balance item. If we'd like to discuss the unsecured property tax more, we can be able to bring that back. So in that sense, I'll make a motion that we split the question and approve of the policy change in item 19 for the unsecured property tax on aircraft as staff recommends.
Second.
Great. All right. The first by me, and we have a second by Supervisor Griefer. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstaining?
I said aye.
Oh, okay. So I can't quite get in unless everybody's in the mic. All right, we've got 5-0 support for that. So we're gonna call recess for lunch. We'll reconvene. Do we want to do one, or do we want that extra half hour? What do you think? One.
Get everyone out.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm
It's
fine.
also National Night Out.
Right. So we will reconvene at approximately 1 o'clock. See everybody there, and we'll do the second half of item number 19 and 8 all. Okay, we are reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting at 1:02. We do not expect Supervisor Kirk to be rejoining us for the rest of the meeting. We are still on to the second part. If you remember, we split the question on 19, which means we've already done a vote to approve half of the staff recommendation on the unsecured property tax on aircraft. Now we're going to be going to the second half, which is regarding the budget policy changes, specifically regarding fund balance. So returning this to the board, Roger, you want to set the table for us real quick on the proposal and history?
Yeah, so this board has a policy they put in place years ago where it allows county staff to utilize 50% of the 10-year running average of fund balance to balance the upcoming fiscal year as we're preparing the budget. What this item is doing is eliminating that policy and bringing the entire fund balance back to the board, and the board gives direction on what to use that. If they want to use it to fund upcoming fiscal year, if they want to use it for something else, then the board will have that discretion to make that decision.
Great, thank you. Taking the maybe chair's prerogative to kind of set the table on this from this side. I think we kind of maybe have one decision, maybe one and a half if we want to have a discussion. One is simply, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not amending, it is fully eliminating that policy going back to where fund balance comes back to the board, which I think is kind of a more simple decision. A couple of us have had this discussion in the past, and so we'll see where we're all at with it. The second would be, are there any budget policy changes related to fund balance, as we discussed earlier, that we wanted to basically talk about of how we use fund balance. So if it's okay with everybody.
No, I don't
Yes.
understand what you mean fund balance comes back to. Are you talking about what's redlined in the policy memo? Because the only thing that's discussed there is up to 50% of the 10-year rolling average.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that's what we're going to talk about. What did you mean using? I guess I don't understand. Because
yeah,
if I could just make one, we just to be clear, the action item says change to use of general fund balance, and what we had, and that's why there was a correction made on the agenda, because the language in the actual memo says regarding the use of fund balance of all funds. So just to be clear, it's not just general fund, it's all funds. And I think that would encompass what we were talking about with the sheriff's fund and the fire fund and that kind of stuff.
Thank you. And to clarify, you're right, and I think Roger laid it out well. There is kind of an overlap with the previous, since there's all of it. The agenda language is reviewing the budget policies for amendments to fund balance, which throw a red flag if I'm incorrect, but within the scope of that would be discussing other budget policies related to fund balance or how we use it. The simple part of this, as I was mentioning in the first part, is do we eliminate this as staff recommends or do something different with it? The second part of that is I really wanted to maybe just spend a moment discussing a couple of the other things we have in our budget policies. And we brought fund balance forward. It's been used for, as I was mentioned before, number 2, item 5, fund capital equipment, plant, infrastructure, and other one-time needs. But before that, the first one is contingencies, second one's debt, third one is reserve, and fourth one is future liabilities. While we have made commitments to those over the last 4 years that are substantial and more than we needed to and set up some new funds, we also are aware of how far out our unfunded liabilities, our reserves, and our debts basically are right now.
I'm sorry, you lost me. What are you talking about? Is this in any of the memos, or because what we have before us is an amendment to this use of fund balance?
Correct.
But what are you talking about?
So what I wanted to read was in the budget policy there, which we are amending basically how we use fund balance in that budget policy. As mentioned, there is the one simple decision, the 50% rolling average of 10 years. The second is I would like to propose that we consider some type of direction on using fund balance through items 1 through 4 of our established budget policy and less onto item 5, which is where most of our fund balance decisions have been going.
All right.
I'd like to see it go to debt, reserves, contingencies, liabilities, and roads.
That's why I was confused. So this is something you're proposing in addition to what's before us to consider. Okay.
Yeah, whether or not it ends up as an action item into it, I think is up to the board, but I wanted to bring it up while we have these policies and we're talking fund balance in budget policy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I just wasn't clear because this is the first time hearing of what you're proposing, and so I was looking for anything that connects to that. But now I understand where you're coming from.
And
Supervisor Griefer.
Just clarification, can we discuss it? Because it's not on the agenda. The agenda item is the second part of
Well, the
item
agenda-
19. So I
the
just want to make sure
agenda-
before
yeah.
we go down the rabbit hole that we don't have to back up.
Right. No, I think you can because the language talks about reflecting changes to the use of fund balance, so that part's pretty broad.
But on that, open up any discussion or questions. Maybe we start with the 50% rolling average policy. This is something I didn't support when it first came around. I continue to think it's not a great policy. I think it's better for the board to make a decision that fits that year and our other budget policies.
I can speak to a little bit of the history on it because I did support this when it came through, and I'll tell you why. You know, we've talked a lot about, and I feel like I'm being Debbie Downer. I'm like poo-pooing everything today, but it's just I've heard that I just hear a lot of talk that the county is not being transparent with the budget. And you can make that argument, but it is so much better now than it was when I got on the board. When I started in Tuolumne County, if you wanted to know what was going on in Tuolumne County's budget, you had to come to this building, go to the CAO's office, and there was one giant binder that was about this big that had spreadsheets in it. And good luck to anybody that didn't have a familiarity with accounting to be able to understand. And so we went away from that. And so now all of this is on the website. It's all in the general fund. It's broken down by tabs. It is so much more transparent than it used to be. We can always do better, and I'm absolutely eager to do that. But I just want to make a plug there for there absolutely has been effort and recognition over the years that we need to redo our budgeting practices. And part of that was looking at the 50% 10-year rolling average, because what we were experiencing in the county going way back to like 2008 when we had all those layoffs and all these departments making cuts is that what we would tell the public is that we're $4 million out, we're $5 million out, and then we would go through the budget process and we'd tell everybody we have this big deficit, and all of a sudden once the fund balance hits, poof, oh, sorry, we're just kidding, we weren't that far out of budget. And that would happen year after year after year, and it degraded the trust that the public had in the county and its ability to budget, because we were telling them, because on paper, it would say that we would be millions of dollars out, but we would know that more than likely there was going to be at least a portion of this fund balance to backfill that. And that's kind of the nature of how departments operate. They don't necessarily know how much money they're going to need by the end of the year. And that, a budget is an estimate. We were finding that every single year there would be that fund balance, and it would be necessary and it would help backfill that deficit, so you're not cutting programs. So the alternative is to say, okay, we want to live within our means, so if we have a $5 million shortfall, then it's a $5 million shortfall, and we're going to not use that fund balance or use it on a specific project. But we weren't doing that. So that's where this came from, is that, to me, it was a more honest portrayal of a budget where we weren't dropping these big bombs saying we're $4 million out on our budget. It was more like 1.5 or a more realistic number. So effectively, I felt that was much more transparent than the alternative, which is pretending like we're not going to have fund balance when we do every single year. So anyway, that's a little bit of the background on why it's there, and it was part of an effort to be more transparent and more clear about how we spend our money from the outset. It's not like a shell game. So anyway, that's kind of the background on it, and why I supported it at the time. I still do, because I think it is more transparent to operate this way than the alternative. But I'm open to hearing other perspectives.
Well, we're all turning to me. All right.
Supervisor Holland.
I guess this one's mine now. Thank you, Steve. So we talked about this at the Finance Committee meeting. We actually spent quite a bit of time talking about this. I hear what you're saying. It makes sense. Maybe, I think it made sense at the time. I'm of the belief, not that we can't use fund balance left over for the next year, but it brings it back to us to force that decision to happen. So it's not just automatically being spent without, I'm not saying without our knowledge, but just automatically being spent going forward before we have a say-so in it, because it's just a policy, it's automatically getting done. And so I'm going to go back to the analogy. If we bring in $100 million in revenue, we shouldn't be expending more than $100 million. But what it's saying is, like you said, we know there's this ongoing, there's always a little bit of savings in budget, just because that's the nature of the beast. But what it's doing is bringing it back to us for us to make the decision. Are we making a one-time purchase? Are we giving raises? Are we putting it in the savings account? Are we paying down debt? And that way, we're not expending 100 million plus the savings from last year in there. So I think it gives us a more true and accurate what we bring in versus what we spend picture. And if the budget team brings forward and says, hey, look, to fund next year, we're going to be $2 million short, then we give that authority. Okay, we know we're going to have some savings. We're going to allow that to be applied. Then everybody sees it happen. We talk about it, or we say, no, we need to tighten the belt, and we need to make the government live within its means. To me, it's about making the government live within its means, because right now, I look at this as in we're not living within our means at all. Like, we're still 2 million something short to equal out for next year. So that tells me we still have a spending problem. Where that 2 million something is, I don't know yet, right? That's something we're going to look into. I believe we have a meeting coming up to talk about it, that type of stuff. So I'm in favor of this, because I think it puts the control back in our hands and gives us better options and tools of what we want to get done with it, instead of just automatically rolling to fund the operation, because I think the operation's out of whack somewhere. We're off a little bit, but anyways.
And could I speak to one element that you said? So I understand that idea and the theory behind it. Living within your means is absolutely something that I support and something I push for a very long time. What you're describing, though, is when we have a predicted budget and when we know what fund balance is, there's a how many month period between that. So the decision point where you would have to say, we're going to ignore potential fund balances that might be expected and make cuts to live within our means, we would make those cuts and then a couple of months later see, oh, we didn't actually have to make those cuts because we have this fund balance. Now we're going to be using that fund balance for something else when, you see what I'm saying? So the time between when we realize that there's a shortfall, when we'll have to make cuts, and when we know how much there is fund balance are staggered. And so it's making a bet, and I recognize that. It's making a prediction that there will be fund balance to backfill at least a portion of what we would expect to cut in a given budget year.
Well, I take a different view of that. I don't think we should be having to make a cut and I think right now we are still outsized for our revenue right now. And by the shortfall tells me that answer. Again, and I'm not saying where the money is overspent, but somewhere we're overspent. So if we are budgeting correctly, if we're budgeting, we're gonna bring in 100 million, we're gonna spend 100 million, then we shouldn't have a shortfall going in there because it should balance out. But if we're saying we need this to fund next year, that tells me we are spending beyond what our revenue line is. It's like having a credit card, right? I mean, hope my wife isn't watching, but I mean, she'll just charge on the credit card and not care because somebody's going to cover it down the road. Mostly me, but.
Is this in the minutes?
Yeah, it's going to be good later.
Well, I wanted to, I mean, because I hear exactly what you're saying. I got the benefit of the more transparent version of it by the time I joined onto the board. It's hard to find anything from kind of before that, from your era, which I know it's only 2 years before.
But for 2 years, I predate you on the board.
Yeah, but what I'm at least hearing in this and where I kind of fall with it is, you're right, it did come up. It said there was a crisis, everybody panicked, and then it would get solved. One of the issues, though, was that the budget was set to anticipate using fund balance to fill that gap. And if you don't use fund balance for that, it does mean that at some level you have to make cuts or reductions and hard choices into it. And I think that was the key issue, is if we continue to use fund balance, whether that's 50% of a 10-year or whether that is annual by annual, to outside of the most extreme circumstances, basically buoy this budget, you end up, I think all fund balance should be going at this point with the liabilities we have, the road deferred maintenance that we have, and the reserves issues that we have, should all be going to those, and we should make the budget, which is I think what you're saying, the budget should match. Outside of very exigent circumstances, something that is a crazy year where we have to do a one-time thing, I don't think we should be using any fund balance in the budget whatsoever, which, though that's hard times immediately, if Roger's to present a budget, it also avoids that, well, there's a $4 million shortfall. By that point, there will be reductions to make sure that it is already a balanced budget without a dollar of fund balance.
I think this is the same thing as the friendly amendment. Is that the term we're using for this last thing? The friendly amendment where we're telling the sheriff, like, look, if there is a leftover fund balance, it's rolling back to the board automatically. This is the same thing. We're just telling it to ourselves and the rest of the budget team is if there's a fund balance, it's rolling back to us to make a decision, and next year needs to be next year. Because I think that's a more truer picture to tell the people what we bring in, what we spend, than pulling money forward automatically every year.
And it has a service impact, it has a program impact, and it has an employee impact. But we also know that if we are, let's say we get $5 million, $5 million in fund balance, or $3 million, or whatever it be, and we put that into, let's say, 100% unfunded PERS liabilities, we make 7% or something like that. I mean, off of that. Now, immediately, there would be cuts to program to basically to have to handle that. Now, I can say over 10 years, if we kept doing that at $3 million a year, and let's say $3 million times a 7%, 210,000 we're not having to save times that many years, we're in a much better position to then reinvest in those programs and lower our overhead costs, which is why I don't think we should use it for budget. I think we should be putting it into things that have interest.
Yeah, and that's just giving us the option to make that decision every year, the five of us. That's all I got.
Yep.
Well, we have our chief financial guy here, and I guess Donnie's in the back.
Multiple of
What's
them.
your view on this? Because I mean, I guess this is primarily driven by the work that the finance committee did, right?
Yes.
So, Donnie, what does this do for what's your view?
Good morning, Board.
Putting
Donnie
you on the spot.
McNair, County Auditor Controller. I mean, kind of like Mike said, if it ends up happening that you guys need to use fund balance to balance the budget, it doesn't take that ability away from you guys. It just makes it so that's not like the precedent that it's automatically going to happen or set up when it comes to you guys. It's for you guys to make that decision. If you need to spend less to make it so you don't use 50%, you have to make that decision, or you use the 50% to balance the budget.
But the time between, it's not linear though, because we wouldn't be able to use that 50% at the time that we know there's a shortfall, right?
Well, I would suggest that at recommended that you don't determine where that fund balance goes necessarily elsewhere, like that it's already spent before we get to adopted budget and determine the final fund balance.
Yeah.
So maybe keeping 50% of the 10-year average not spent at recommended, and then once you get to adopted, you still have that to balance the budget, or whatever number that you guys feel comfortable with to make sure that when you get to adopted, it'll be able to be balanced.
That's, okay. Is that what's being proposed? Because that sounds kind of like the same thing, that instead of budgeting it, we're still keeping a portion of the not yet realized fund balance as leverage to balance the budget.
Well, if you take my point, this is my point of view, that if we are making our budget comparative to our revenue, there shouldn't be any need for the fund balance to fund the following year at all, period. Like, it shouldn't be touched. It should be applied to whatever the five of us feel like it needs to be applied to. Like I said, into a savings account, pay down debt, whatever it is that we have going on that we're making a decision going forward. So we shouldn't even have to be touching it. Like, there's just been this long assumption that money's always just gonna be sitting there to spend. That we have to use the savings from last year to bear to fund part of next year. And to me, that just fundamentally tells us that we're out of whack. And something is out of balance here.
And we're able to make the decision in either policy. We could change that and say, we're going to pull this back. I think, for me, the big thing is when the budget is being worked on, anticipated of what cuts have to be made. If we have this 50% 10-year average and you've got a number approximately, you say, okay, well, it's going to be $2 million. We think that's the amount that we're going to work with. The budget will reflect that. Then we get into what we've been in a position of, we say, well, okay, we'd like to return that fund balance to, we need to buy fire apparatus. Okay, so what are we going to cut? Because the budget presented is balanced, but it's only balanced with that fund balance. And so though we have the ability to pull it back, it is basically baked into the way that the budget is developed. I would rather the budget be developed balanced, and if we choose to use fund balance to reinvest or invest in something, we are adding to that. It will be more austere in the short term, but I would say too, and this is where I was getting maybe with the early thing. I think we do often have fund balance come back. It's easy to say, here's a bunch of things we'd like it all to go to. I think they're often very good things. This is what I was trying to add into it. With that austere kind of approach, number 2, dedicate unobligated available beginning fund balance to contingencies, debts, reserves, liabilities. But almost all of it gets the focus on 5, which is capital, equipment, plant, and infrastructure, which is all not the worst thing. That makes some sense. And other one-time needs. Well, one-time needs span the gambit. If we're doing it last minute, we're not really putting it into a larger plan. So that's something that if we were to not consider it in the budget, I would put a recommendation to replace the whole first section regarding the one-time revenues, that all fund balance from the general fund and all general revenues comes back to the board as a group. The second is that it only goes to the things in item 2, and the third being that we amend item 2.5 to be, instead of capital, equipment, plant, infrastructure, and one-time needs, which is a lot, you can justify a lot under there, we put roads. So we take all the money we get from fund balance, we only put it to debt, reserves, liabilities, or roads.
I see what you're saying, Jaron. Like, I want to remove that 50% line, which
Totally,
does exactly
right.
what you're saying.
Right.
Rolls it back to us. But I think I just don't want to handcuff us on what our needs are to decide on each year, like, what if somehow Caltrans shows up and paves all the roads and like, cool, we don't need to pave any more roads, we can put it in as something else.
Liabilities. I would say within those, we have 160 approximately million in unfunded PERS. Our reserves to hit the 7% are way far out.
I agree
Our
with you.
debts are not so crazy on
I'm just
that.
saying we should leave that open for us to decide on a yearly
And-
basis.
And
like,
we still would.
because what if all of a sudden,
Ultimately, this policy is only a recommendation to the budget team as they're developing that. It is the status quo.
So can we just stick to the first part for now, though?
Sure.
So I wanted to ask Roger, well, and Donnie, has this not been useful? The 50% of the 10-year rolling average, has it not worked? Has it made your job harder, less hard? Why are we
I'll give you a
looking at
perspective
changing
from a
this?
department head and a perspective from an employee and now someone who's working on the budget. I think the benefit of this did bring some stability to the staff, because year to year we were talking about furloughs or cuts every single year. However, if we get to the point where we're living within our means, which I've heard many a times, and we talked about during the finance committee, I think that that will reduce it a little bit. But I also, last year we were going to do furloughs, and we were still using 50% of the fund balance to balance the budget, and we still went with furloughs because we weren't going to be there. And then we found out that we were able to live within that 50%. So I think that there is some benefit to it, but I also think that the direction of the board in the last 6 to 7 months has really been to be more efficient. It really has been to try to find ways to reduce our budget, and the staff has been working very hard at doing that. Every department has been impacted by the cuts we made trying to live within our means. The one thing that I will say that we did talk about operationally during the finance committee is that we would have to start coming back to the board earlier with what we are projecting as the fund balance. So there's going to be work for the auditor's office and in our office to earlier in the year to bring that information back to the board so you can start making decisions. And I think it does put us back to the way it was when I first came on board. By March, we were being told that we were going to be short, and every department was looking for a way to cut by July. But also, I can tell you at the time, we were not living within our means. And so if we get to the point where we are, then I think it'll be a seamless process for us. As long as we're living outside of our means or outside of what we're actually getting in revenue, it's going to be a struggle every single year. So that does not answer your question, I can tell.
No, it does. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I do not think that it's going to be easy either way. I think it's going to be a challenge for the staff. It's going to be a challenge for the entire county, whether we get to use fund balance or if we don't. We're always going to have a struggle.
So correct me if I'm wrong, what it sounds like is we have one, and I'm going from what I've heard, one non-support of the staff recommended change to the 50%, at least as I understand. 3 that I think, though, are you in support of the staff recommendation on that?
Well, I can go either way. I see where Mike and the finance committee, I see your position, I see Supervisor Campbell's position. So, ultimately, we want to make with the decision that is going to be in the best interest of the staff. And unfortunately, it might be a split vote. So I think whatever is the best. I don't have an easy answer for this one because obviously it's a very complex problem.
I know, just specifically with the removal of the 50% of the 10-year rolling average, that specifically, before we move to a vote, I wanted to see if there is a majority that we're not really seeing any more movement on this. I wanted to then be able to make some space to talk about, but how do we use fund balance?
Well, I think that's an entire different question, and I'm not prepared to have that discussion today on how we want to do that. If we are only discussing the 50%, like I said, I could go either way, whatever's the best for the group. But if we're talking about how we're going to use it in the future, because isn't this what we did in May? There was a fund balance, you guys, and I say you guys because I wasn't at that meeting at that time, discussed that, hey, we're going to buy a chip seal, we wanted to put $500,000 into this, we wanted to do that.
It's a really good example. So
Right.
that is how it often comes, even with the other 50%, it comes back to the board.
Right.
We each have priorities we're working on. Again, I think good things, but not as coordinated, not as targeted, not as disciplined. And this is, again, moving to the kind of the point I want to make was the idea of either amending or eliminating 2.5. Again, this is not a binding policy, it's a direction of staff. That means if we say eliminated 5, all the things we talked about there, that shooting gallery effect, would be gone. We would say all fund balance goes to contingencies until it hits 1% of government ops. 2, when we go to pay off all the county debts, any bonds. 3, we increase reserves to 7% of the policy. 4, we fund our PERS 115 account unfunded liabilities.
And I'm sorry to keep saying that you keep moving us from one issue onto this other issue. We have to talk about the 50 over the 10-year rolling average.
I think we did, and I think there is,
Okay,
that's what I was trying to get to, is it sounds like 3 people agree with the 50%. One
haven't
doesn't,
heard
we
that.
can do a motion.
I haven't heard that. There needs to be a motion about whether we continue with that or not. That's the item before us.
Okay, I'll make.
Well, the item before us is on budget policies related to fund balance. That is one recommendation.
Yes, but we start talking on one thing and you move it over to this other priority that you have. And what I'm saying is I'd like to get us through this first.
We could do a vote on that. What I just want to be is that this is not closing it up. I'd like to at least hear whether there is support on that idea to bring back a future item. I see that as a way to pay off reserves, liabilities, and fix roads.
Well, and I think, Jaron, that would come before the board every single year as an item, right?
Yes, this would be whether staff draft that originally. Because otherwise, the temptation is huge for us as individual electeds of districts to divide it up into individual elected projects, rather than paying off debt, long-term success, doesn't really help. I mean, we can't go back and be like, hey, we paid off $3 million in debt, and people in the district might say, you know what I really wanted, though? Wanted you to fix that community hall.
I agree with you.
Right, and that's the problem. That's what I'm bringing up, is where the policy comes in is for us to be disciplined, where individual interests, best-intentioned ones, kind of undermine that.
I'm fine if you want to have that conversation later. We can dive into it more, but I see Ryan's point. Let's do the 50% thing. I think we gotta do public comment and all that stuff.
So let's look for, let's open up public comment again on it, since we kind of split this item.
Did we do public comment?
We technically did for the first with the airport, but just to be extra careful. So any members of the public would like to speak, again, we are on item 19, which is related to, now we're discussing fund balance, but technically the fund balance and the unsecured property tax on aircraft. Any members of the public like to speak, please come forward. Going once, going twice. Okay, so we're closing that, and we'll be looking for a motion on the second part of the question, which is the staff recommendation on the language of the budget policy related to the 50% of 10-year rolling average.
I'll make a motion that we follow staff's recommendation and remove the up to 50% 10-year rolling average to be applied to the budget moving forward.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second for discussion.
We'll be moving to a vote on that.
Yeah, but you
Okay.
still have a second, though.
Okay, so we have a first by Supervisor Holland, we have a second by Supervisor Griefer. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
All abstaining? All right, passes with 3 ayes, Supervisor Campbell as a nay, and Supervisor Kirk absent. And so with that,
Supervisor
yes.
Brandon, can I make a comment real quick?
Yes.
We will have to come back to the board to get direction on if we can use any of this fund balance for adopted budget, because we will be approximately $2.2 million short if we are not allowed to use this fund balance to balance the budget. So before we can do the adopted budget and approve it, we'll have to have direction on if we can use some of this money.
Understood.
So, just so there's clarity that we will have to come back and ask for direction on that.
So I'll leave it at whether we want to talk about it more or not, but the language recommendation would be either changing item 5 to be roads or eliminating item 5, 2.5. So we put all of this, rather than our own kind of projects, as we've done, and Supervisor Griefer mentioned, putting into contingencies, debts, reserves, liabilities exclusively. Of course, we can override that as needed, but.
So we're done with that item, right?
No, this is the point. So we did a vote on that. We're still under the budget policies, and I wanted to have a recommendation for a second amendment to the budget policies related to fund balance. we adopted one set of language changes.
And I guess that was my concern is, can we discuss this? Because it's not, I mean, I'm with Supervisor Campbell on this one, is that I think that we're really getting into the weeds now of this, and I wasn't prepared to get into that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Supervisor Campbell's kind of looking for the same discussion of, hey, what are we actually talking about now? So, this is one of those I think we should bring back.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Well, I'm not hearing a majority continue the conversation, say that we were talking budget policies, and that is what's here.
No, I'm not saying that
balance,
it's not the right time to have the conversation. I just don't think we're in a position to make a decision. I would not be comfortable making a decision on either eliminating 2.5 and then making those decisions. I think that's one of those things I want to be able to look at the grand scheme of things and make sure that we're making the right decision.
Understood. I figured we were not going to make a recommendation today, except to discuss if there is general interest in bringing that item back. But okay, with that, I believe item 19 is closed. We'll be moving on to item 20. If the clerk can read the item.
Item number 20, consideration of providing direction to staff on moving out of leased spaces for county operations.
CAO?
Moving out of lease spaces and into county property has been an initiative the county has been working on since I came on board in 2019. I've had countless meetings and countless initiatives that have started, and some that have been successful and some that have not. We have had success moving some in Health and Human Services. They've had a project they titled Cheetah to move staff out, and they were able to move some of their staff out into the Tuolumne General Hospital. So it's been an initiative that we've been working on, and what the Finance Committee kind of wanted to do was just reignite that conversation and give some direction to the staff on where to focus. And in the Finance Committee meeting, the recommendation was to bring to the board this list of properties that are focusing right now on properties where we're paying an outside private entity for that lease space, and look for any opportunities where we could move those into county spaces that are our county-owned spaces. And so this is not an initiative that has not been ongoing, but we just wanted to bring it back to the board to get further direction on moving out of lease spaces.
Okay, thank you. And so to clarify, this is for a colloquial way, re-upping what we've been doing, but with kind of an updated property list?
Really, it is kind of reigniting that effort. We've kind of had a stall in the last year and a half on any of those efforts with some of the construction that was taking place to make some more spaces available, and really focusing on, we're looking for long-term savings, and we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lease spaces.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Holland?
Yeah, I think this is a marvelous, great idea. I know I hound on it constantly. If you guys have been doing this since 2019 and not got it done, I would suggest we find another gear and wrap this up within like months. Because we're just literally throwing money out the door that could go towards lots of other things. And we obviously have many empty, vacant, beautiful buildings with new elevators in them.
Well, now we do.
Now we do.
Yeah, I can
Some other spaces.
speak to that a little bit. So this has been an ongoing thing. And what the challenge that has come up is that every time it takes a large amount of capital investment to revitalize buildings and repurpose them for different efforts. And there was a proposal for that to happen on not the historic courthouse, but the old courthouse on Washington Street. It was way too much money, and that's why I voted against it. But it will take some money, and I think the challenge has been we get reamed by the public anytime something comes out that the county wants to spend $1 million revitalizing buildings. But what the part of the story that's never told when you see that is that we're spending $500,000 every year on rent. And so, I'm all in favor of us continuing, to do this, but it's going to take discipline on our part to spend that money under the understanding that, 5 years, 10 years down the road, it's going to pay dividends. That's the thing that I think's been missing this entire time. We spend a lot of money on the elevator, things like that. We were told by the state that we couldn't use that building unless it had an elevator. And it cost a lot of money, it did. But the benefit of that is now we can use that building and start to cut into this $500,000 a year we're spending on rent. But it's just that side of the story never seems to get out there. It's always just the county is wasting too much money on buildings.
Well, maybe we invite the media and we have a long, in-depth conversation, explain it to them. So.
I've tried. We've definitely talked about it a lot here.
It's harder to get the article written to have all the details.
I propose we have Jaron and I do a joint Facebook video since they love making them, and they can just talk about it together.
Deal.
It'd be excellent.
Well, I look at it, so, I mean, the hospital project, we've moved behavioral health in there, we've moved veteran services in there. I'm forgetting the cognitive rehabilitation, reentry services. I know they're not in there anymore, I think, right? But they were in there for a while. Anyway, that building, 2020 circa then, I think it maybe had veteran services in it. It was a giant, petri dish, and then looking next door at the courthouse, that was a moth museum. The whole place is just eaten up, and it's sat for a very, very long time. And if you've toured through Casino Dome, which I think both of you have, you see the carpet's disintegrating from the UV and the water is ripping. I mean, like, it's really bad. I'll just say, I think we did that for conflict council. We did that for the courthouse here. We did that with the social services public health facility, right? And some of it with the ambulance. We did this with the hospital. So everything here, it's important, but it's relatively small. The dispatch decision that we're doing too, even though that's not exactly the same as deferred maintenance. We've done a lot of deferred maintenance on a lot of these properties, and I'll speak to the one that I think two of them. One of them is IT. I think one thing we should consider beyond just moving them from leased to owned is within our own departments. I think we do have places in the buildings that could be consolidated. Yeah. Just me personally, second floor of this building, we had a lot of staff reductions. We really haven't had a reevaluation of the office space. Without doing a space needs, all that study, I think we could do some targeted changes to move some folks around that might make space. IT really is the biggest one that could save, I think, the most money in particular. I'll say the second, which is just me being selfish, the Jamestown Fire Living Quarters is absolutely abysmal. I brought it up for years. We pay for a portable that they won't replace, that's in bad condition, and we could have bought 3 over time. I know you've said the same, and I've said the same too. In new, 3 brand new ones.
Or 8.
Or something like that. It's absolutely crazy. So this is something that I do think should be a matter of months, because it is a cost savings measure and a quality of life measure for firefighters. Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you. So regarding the old courthouse, the Washington Street, the issue I have there, and actually I have this issue with a lot of the projects, is that the county in the past has spent money to develop all these plans, and then when it comes time to pull the trigger, they don't. So that's throwing money out the window as well. So I think if we're going to do this, then we identify the buildings that we're going to do and say, this is what we're going to do, instead of coming up with $250,000 in design over there, and then the board saying, no, we're not going to do it because it's too expensive, right? I mean, so it kind of goes back to that living within your means, right? And I totally hear where you're coming from with the fire guys. I get it, but if this was a credit card, we'd want to pay off the biggest ones first, right? So that's, if we're going to do IT, let's do IT. The next one down would be the sheriff. And the next one down would be, animal control. So let's pay the big ones off first.
But my high limit cards have the highest interest rate.
Get another hobby. But that's what I would suggest, is that if we're going to do this, let's identify the buildings or who we want to move, and let's get them out of there first, so we can start saving, and then that will probably go towards, the fire station and things like that we can pay off, or that we can actually build upon in the future.
There is a little difference here, because most of these would have to find a new home, which requires moving offices and et cetera, et cetera. The Jamestown one, I don't know if it applies to any others. We have the space. It is just a rented portable.
Yeah.
So if they take back the portable, it is simply moving. It's a much simpler one than all the rest, because we don't have to find an alternative location, an alternative lease, or anything.
Okay, so with the Jamestown one, we're paying rent to that person.
No, we're paying a rental fee.
Yeah.
So we're paying rent to that person, and if it's not...
Yeah, we're renting the modular.
Right,
Yeah.
so if it needs to be repaired, that's something we're paying for, right? We need to go to them and say, hey, you need to fix this,
Well,
or
I
this.
think
We have,
I
it's
think
been-
beyond that. We just need to stop. paying
Well,
rent, yeah.
I'm just saying, that's...
We need to buy what they are renting us and put it on site. There have been discussions with them about, well, can you replace this? They say, well, there's none available. There's a backlog for years. We have done improvements to it just for quality of life. But really, the only way, the big core thing is it's expensive. We already have the site. We just need to buy what we're already paying for, and it'll be cheaper to buy it than to pay the rental fee they're charging us.
Oh, agreed.
That building's
It always
probably
is,
only
yeah.
50,000 to buy new.
Like that.
Yeah.
And I believe CAO Root would tell you that most of all of our leases, we're paying to maintain the buildings.
Yeah.
And they're not even our buildings. So to Ryan's point, we got to suck it up. We're going to have to spend some money, explain to the public why we're doing this, because it is going to pay off in the long term. And again, I think most of the public would understand that. I mean, the firehouse thing is just the most ridiculous example of this, that we've been doing this for so long. And to Steve's point, not one at a time, all of them. Like, just get this done. Like, this is just dragging on for 6 years, Roger just told me, what I just heard. And so
One thing we got stuck in, and it's kind of a joint thing. So both Supervisor Campbell and I think, speak for both of us, correct me if I'm wrong, was that we were both skeptical of what I call buying paper. It's a lot of studies and different stuff.
Oh, space needs study?
Well, the
I
space
voted
needs
against that. I didn't.
I know.
I hate, I mean.
And I
hate
voted for it,
studies.
and honestly, that's
Not
one
all
of the few
studies.
that I look back as kind of a mistake, because the time and the resources, but the capital infrastructure plan, as an example, and that was brought up by the grand jury. The concept makes a lot of sense. Let's map out what we want to fix and get it done. But the concept of $250,000 to do that, so I would say, like, whether the outlet needs to be 36 inches up or 32 inches up, if you're a social worker versus a facilities worker, and I'm making fun of it a little bit, but like some level of like optimization, it's really not what we need. I'm fine with an 85-90% good solution. And that was an issue with the CAO's office previously, is we bring up this plan and say, well, we can't do that without this plan, as though there was no intermediary option. And I think we have that opportunity now. We've talked about it, is to lay out, so we have right here who's in rented, laying out another side of what do we actually have that can fit them, and doing our best to kind of use our knowledge to match that as a new version of a capital infrastructure plan, I think would be really helpful.
So what I was going to suggest is that what we're being asked to do, rather than get into the details of it, because you have your opinions about what should be prioritized, I have mine, we shouldn't even get into that. I think what staff is asking us is that they have a limited capacity, to do all of the things that we're asking them to do. And so what I would want to delay us getting into the weeds and the details of it, and just tell them that we are in favor of doing this, and then commit to supporting them and giving them the money to do it. Whether it's doing the Jamestown for anything on that list as the first thing, I would 100% support. There's nothing on that list that I don't think needs to be done. And if staff is going to put the time to look into it, I wouldn't guarantee it, but I'm probably more or less going to support everything getting done. But what's going to happen is they're going to say, okay, we've identified that X building is the best option. Then they're going to come to us and say, we're going to need this many $100,000 to revitalize it, or $1 million. That's when the hard decision gets made. So what they're asking for now is an indication from us that we're going to support them putting the time and effort and energy into bringing that to us, and that energy is not going to be wasted. So that was all I was expecting to do today. I don't know if there's more we can do or what, but.
I'll second your motion. That was good. We'll just call that a motion.
And I believe we're just providing direction. We can do it that way, but it's, I completely agree with that too. Great. Is that unanimous direction? Staff, do you have direction? Yes. Oh, yeah, we have to do public comment on. Thank you. All right, we'll open this item up for public comment. Any members of the public would like to come forward, you'll have 3 minutes to be able to speak on it. Again, this is item number 20, related to lease spaces for county operations.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think it might be helpful for the public to have some guidelines as far as like, what are we looking at for like a break-even point? Is our target 10 years or 5 years, or is it different on each building? I mean, we're already $2 million into the building next door at least. How much more rehab is there gonna need to be in order to get that, occupied? And if we're moving, $200,000 worth of rental out of a place per year to go in there, well, then we could break down and see what that return is gonna be eventually. you gotta consider the triple net on the rentals, which almost probably all the rentals, I'm assuming that we have, since they're commercial, are probably all triple net. So like you said, we're doing maintenance too over there. We're gonna have to do maintenance over here. How's that all gonna play out? So you can sell it to the public. Look, by doing this move, in 10 years, we're saving $500,000 a year. So that gives a target. I don't know if it can be that clean. It's not gonna be that clean, but that's the idea for us to be able to, have a clear goal, because in this, when you're dealing with real estate, you got to get the calculator out, and at some point you got to go, this isn't going to work. We're not going to rehab the dome and move people in there. We're just not, because it's going to take us 50 years to regain that rental cost. It's just going to cost too much money to fix that place. So unfortunately, I love that building, but I don't see that happening. So, I mean, those are all the things you have to consider when you're looking at real estate. It's like some ideas are good and others are impossible. So, anyways, I like the idea, but it's got to be something that actually makes mathematical sense, financial sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I really wish you would have these discussions when Scott Gross could be here, because I think you would have some things to say. Because his office over there doesn't really cost all that much for what it would cost to rehab the old courthouse. And now the courthouse is falling apart. You can see it from outside. But my suggestion is on the Twain Harte Library branch, that be closed. They aren't that busy. They don't do that much business. We're paying a rental fee. Everybody could just shift over to the Tuolumne branch. And I just don't think it justifies the cost that we're paying. So that's one rent that you could eliminate.
Thank you. Do you have any other additional public comment? Good afternoon.
Just for the record, I think that you should look for an alternative space for the Twain Harte Library. Now, I know you can't have the Twain Harte Library in Sonora or in Tuolumne, but I do know that people do use the Twain Harte Library. I do know that they use the computer there to apply for work, and I know they use the computer to apply for assistance. And so what you're doing is you're penalizing people for the sake of a small amount of rental. And if the county would reach out, perhaps there would be a library league formed or a 401c3 formed to purchase another place for the Twain Harte Library. That would be a better long-term solution than closing it and shutting off a lot of people who really do use it.
Thank you. Do you have any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, bring it back to the board. I'd say only one last little bit. This is a discussion with Roger coming up, but with some of these properties where it's not something that serves the entire community as a service, I know that I have some in Jamestown. I do think it's fair that in addition to looking at moving leased properties into owned properties, we also look at some of our owned properties at potential transfer. And Twain Harte, speaking of like the 501c3, be great if one would form, or the homeowner association, or Twain Harte Community Service District, to take over basically what is a Twain Harte specific, not county-wide service. To me, that's fair. Jamestown doesn't have a library in it, right? We go to the Sonora one and use that. If we were to create a Jamestown library, I figure that Jamestown would end up paying for it. So it should be fair to everybody. Maybe an amendment on the proposal from the Finance Committee. Okay, that's right. Well, it's just direction, so. Okay, move on to item 21. Will the clerk read the item?
Item number 21, consideration of creating a special revenue fund for grants and moving all large grants with grant-funded employees out of the general fund to this new special revenue fund.
All right. CAO?
So as your board knows, especially in recent years, the county has received millions of dollars in grants, and at times we're talking, like at the current time, over $30 million worth of grants that are in the general fund. And Again, I'm going to harp on transparency and I believe I heard someone say something about the visibility into the budget. And this is another situation where I have spoken to countless people in this county who don't understand what this $30,000 sitting there is for, and why can't we use that $30,000 and put it in for a road? Why can't we do it to help fund something else? And it's hard to explain with all these different grants and all their specific purposes why it's in general fund. And it's not just part of what we can use for this other purpose. And so, you know, my driving force behind a lot of this is transparency and moving these grant funds, especially these larger ones, into its own fund allows us to separate that from the general fund, and it allows clarity and transparency for the public to see that these are special grants for specific purposes instead of just looking into the general fund. And I do want to address something as a citizen an employee who has had to help a lot of citizens navigate OpenGov to actually be able to dive into the budget. I have experienced dozens and dozens and dozens of citizens in Tuolumne County who just don't understand how to use OpenGov and actually figure out what's in each fund and how it's all broken down. And this was my experience before coming into the CO's office. Unfortunately, sometimes some of your internal service departments take calls from the public when they have issues with things like the technology that we're providing, and we received a lot with OpenGov. It is sometimes hard to navigate for the citizens in Tuolumne County. Not saying it's a bad system. I'm just saying that, you know, we do have a larger elder population that is more interested in the budget and would like to be able to have that transparency. And I think this is just one more avenue towards that transparency. I know we talked about OpenGov earlier, but I think it is an important piece to understand that it is challenging. I don't have a problem navigating it, but I do believe it's an issue with some of our community members. So with that, we're recommending that we move these, during adopted budget, we'll move these grant-funded positions into their own fund. And I also would like to say that I look at this as step one because we've been looking at ways to be more efficient and consolidating grants, and that piece of it, I think, is one step. This is not every grant that we have in the county. This is not every grant that we have in general fund. These are the larger ones, and if this is successful, then we'll continue looking to improve that process for the other grants within the organization. And I believe that the auditor's office supports this initiative. It makes it easier for them on the accounting side and helping track and report on these grants.
Great, CEO, thank you. Bring it back to the board for any questions or comment, and we'll open up for public comment. Supervisor Griefer?
No, thank you. So the other day, you and I were in your office, and on the, talking to the controller here, for those of you who don't know who I'm talking to here. On one of the time cards, it was broken down, how many hours went to here, how many hours went to there. Would that help us see how many hours being used in each grant by doing it this way?
It wouldn't change that too much, I don't think.
Because that's just more of a time card accounting thing versus
what can be charged to that particular grant.
Okay. Thanks.
I think what it shows us is clearly what we're spending from the grants to cover costs, like what that true cost of that grant is, where it doesn't get mixed in and diluted down.
Yeah, and I think a big piece of it too is just as far as looking at trends over time. If you look at the general fund from 5 years ago and then you look at it today, how come it grew by so much? And a lot of the time it's because of some of these grants, and for us to kind of have a consistent approach to see what expenses have increased, you have to kind of back out a lot of those grants. So if we took those apart and we knew kind of what the general fund actually costed, we could look at it over time a lot easier, like just the normal person looking at the budget and being like, okay, that increase makes sense. But if you look at it from like one of these big grants came in, you're like, well, it's a big jump, but it's because of those grants. So if they're in their own spot, it wouldn't throw off the general fund's trends.
All right, well, thanks for cleaning up my question.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Campbell? Mike?
I didn't actually have any questions, so I'll wait for public comment. I just had a couple comments.
At the offset, I don't see any harm to doing this, and I like that it is at least to start limited to some of the larger ones. So I appreciate that, and I'm absolutely willing to give it a go.
So Roger, I got one more question. Do we still have the REAP grant and the MORE grant? I thought we gave those to Habitat for Humanity. We're running those programs for
I
us.
believe
Previous
staff
JSD.
is working with some other organizations to help manage those.
Yeah, I think
but they'll still get funneled.
we still receive those.
Yeah,
monies.
they still get,
It still
they still
flows
get
through us.
funneled through us, yeah.
We have a sub-recipient agreement contract, I think, with Jamestown Sanitary District, if I'm remembering correctly, right? Yeah, so we're still on, dealing with that.
It'll just track the flow through. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, open it up for any public comment on this item. Again, this is for item 21. Any members of the public would like to speak, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Good afternoon again.
Thank you. I don't have any problem with this. I just would like to add on to one of Mr. Root's comments. So one of my pet peeves is that we are not helping to educate our community into becoming technologically competent. They put up big signs outside the DMV saying you have to do everything online. They don't want you coming in to renew your license. They don't want you coming in to do your registration. And people don't know what to do. So the DMV is sending people to the library. Well, the library can't help people do their DMV stuff. And we have a full-time literacy employee in the library. And I'd like to see some of that literacy, because I don't see it. And one of those is technological literacy. And we should be having lots of classes at the library that we're offering to our community on how to use a computer, how to access the internet, how to access OpenGov. We should have classes teaching people how to use a smartphone, because whatever they're saying in, you know, the newspaper and the government, AT&T is not going to offer you a landline forever. And you're going to have to learn how to use a smartphone. You're going to have to learn how to use a computer if you're going to survive. And if we don't help our community to do this, then we're doing them a disservice. And the library, in my opinion, is the place to do that. And if I'm paying for a full-time employee to offer literacy service, then that's what I expect to see.
Great, thank you. Sheriff, welcome back.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me back. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. Just a quick comment. I think that this is a great idea. Anything that gives us a more clear picture of what the general fund actually is, I think is helpful. And I think that there might be an opportunity too where there's a higher level of clarity that the board is exercising their discretion over some of those percentages of those grants to ensure it's being spent in a manner consistent with the vision of where we're going. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that as I was listening, it sounded like in some cases you have heavily restricted money, but then also with those grants, there is room for discretion as to how this board would want to use those monies. And I think that having it separate will create a clear picture to ensure that that money's being spent in a manner that you would use under your authority. So I think it's a good thing. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have additional public comment on this item? Going once, going twice. All right, seeing none, we will bring it back to the board. This is an action item for those 4 specific grant centers. So I'll be looking for a motion to move on staff
So I have a
recommendation.
comment before we go to motions. So the nature of some of the things we talked about today, and the word transparency has been brought up a lot lately. I'm going in a good place. I support this, so just a spoiler alert.
No, I'm done.
Some of my issues with some of the things we've talked about throughout the day is that, in my view, and this is maybe a difference of opinion, the more we pull out of general fund, the less transparent we're being, because we're putting things in special categories that the public may not necessarily know where those things are. Whereas if we keep everything in the general fund, everything's being either the budgets are being changed or amended or adjusted on a level playing field where it's all transparent. And somebody mentioned tabs earlier. If you go on the county website, everything is structured in tabs, you know, every cost center in the general fund. This, I think, I wouldn't necessarily use the word transparency. I would say like clarity. It has been a pet peeve of mine that we haven't done this in the past, because these are funds that are coming into the county. It's not budgeting existing cost centers that are costing taxpayer money. And it has been very frustrating when people see that we have, you know, I don't know, say $100 million but then we're only spending 60 million of it on the essential services that people expect. They're like, what are you doing with the other 40 million? You know, and they don't understand that those are designated through these grant funds. And so we don't have the kind of control over it that you would think we have over general fund dollars. So I'm very much in favor of pulling this out. It's something I've wanted to see for a long time. I'm glad we're able to get here, because I think it'll be much more clear to the public that these funds come through the efforts of the departments and the agencies that apply for the grants, but they are temporary. Like, this is not coming from your property tax or your sales tax. These are specifically designated grants that we asked for the state for money and they gave it to us. And it could end at any, or every one of these grants has an end date on it. So I always felt it was not really an accurate portrayal of our budget to include them in the general fund, because they're not. It's a very different source of funding. So all of that is a long roundabout way to say I'm on board with this one. I think this is a good change, and I think this will provide more clarity to our constituents.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to approve. I mean, if nobody else has any comments, I'll move to approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a first by Supervisor Campbell, a second by Supervisor Holland on the staff recommendation. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, abstaining. All right, approved unanimously with Supervisor Kirk absent. So with that, we'll move into item 22. If the clerk can read the item.
Item number 22, discussion and direction on the recruitment of the Community Development Director position.
Okay. Roger?
Okay, so as your board knows, the Community Development Director resigned in late June. Since that time, the Assistant Director has been acting as the Community Development Director in a lot of different capacities. You heard from the Acting Community Development Director today just about some staffing challenges they're facing. And I wanted to bring this to the board earlier, but I want, our need today is to really get direction from the board on, one, hiring an interim director position, and direction on the recruitment for the community development director. There is a typo on the memo. It says hiring and, not an, interim. So we are looking for direction on both those two items.
Okay. Bring it back to the board for discussion, input. Supervisor Campbell?
Well, do you have a recommendation? Because this doesn't give me any, I mean, what's the standard practice for this? We must have a policy on replacing people. What's the recommendation?
My recommendation is to get an interim director in to help assist while we do a recruitment, and we take our, and we do a, try to do as broad of a recruitment externally as we can for an assistant director. But that is up to your board.
Okay.
This is a board appointed position.
One thing that we're looking at hiring a position as it's currently structured. Personally, I think we should be looking at what is under CDD currently, as we're basically doing a lot of reshuffling within the county. I wouldn't want to hire for a position that is currently overseeing everything that it is, and then after that person is hired, basically remove something that we ended up wanting to be in their skill set that we're then paying for, whether that is the number of people they're supervising or the different kind of areas. So I guess my question to Roger is, I mean, how do you feel about if we were to evaluate CDD kind of in its current format, if it needed to have any type of restructure? Again, we have a lot of vacancies as well. Looking at that, does it make sense more to hire the director position, an interim to a director, and then do the restructuring? Or should we try to more quickly engage in a restructuring with an interim director and then hire a CDD position based on that new structure?
If the board is interested in exploring restructuring, my recommendation would be to hire an interim that could assist with the restructuring and assist with the operations of the department today, and then make a decision to go out for a recruitment after the restructuring.
That would be my recommendation. I do think there are opportunities to look at just the setup. Code compliance, as an example, as was presented earlier, is fully effectively vacant, and it's been split between two departments. That's been at points, frustrating thing coming back. I think that's something that we could address.
No,
Supervisor Griever?
thank you. I think we do the same thing we're doing with the CAO's office, right? We have an interim, right? That interim is more than willing to apply for the job as we go through them. The same thing. I know Mr. Bell's in the room, so I don't want to speak in the third person with him here. But you know, he's the guy right now. So if he or whomever we decide wants to be the interim, we have that discussion with that person, and then we move forward. I think this is a good opportunity, as it's kind of been for this year, is to evaluate every department and make sure that we're firing on all cylinders. And if we need to make changes, or the feedback from the staff and the people say we need to make changes, then we address those changes as we move forward. So that would be we use the same, my suggestion is we use the same format that we have with the interim CAO currently.
And just to clarify on the specific directions, I was checking the language. You are looking for direction on the hiring of an interim director, which you covered, and I think we also covered. It's also direction on the recruitment of a director, separate too, and whether we should kind of do that. Is that interim director going to go into hiring the director or go into the restructuring?
Again, I think it's because that individual will report to this board. I think it's the same thing as the acting CAO. Is that, again, I always feel awkward talking about someone who's in the room right here without looking, right? So should Mr. Bell decide that he wants to be the interim right now, and then he wants to apply for the permanent gig, then we open it up to everybody, and everybody throws their hats in. So, you know, the nice thing about having somebody from in-house is they kind of know how things are, and if we do want to have that discussion about restructuring and what have you, we've got a field expert ready to go to kind of guide us accordingly. But I think the first step is get an interim so we can do the county's work, and then the second would be opening it up to everybody for that position.
Supervisor Holland?
Yeah, I like staff recommendation. I'm fine with it all.
There is no recommendation.
It says
Unless you got to clarify it in the
It
document.
says recommendation right on there, and then there's a sentence.
The recommendation is we make a recommendation.
The recommendation is provide direction.
Which is one of the things Campbell doesn't like, is when it says provide direction as the recommendation.
Okay, here's my recommendation. Go find an interim director, run a Craigslist ad, and hire a director. There you go. Or wherever you can find employees.
I think we shouldn't do that. I think we should hire, it sounds
Craigslist
like.
isn't what you probably remember
I
it
was
as
kidding about
being.
Craigslist.
Well, I think we're kind of getting lost in the weeds here. So obviously we have two things here. One, let's get somebody as an interim right now. Let's give direction to do that. And then second, let's do the exact same thing. We already have an outside company looking, to do the headhunting for the CAO. Maybe we just ask them to do that for this position, if that's what we should choose.
Well, to go to what I think Supervisor Brenner kind of spoke to is, I don't know how to say it in a nice way, that department's been decimated, and there's a lot of people gone from those positions. They've either resigned or been laid off or quit. So I don't see how we can get away without some kind of restructuring over there. And so the concern is that, and I agree 100% on the interim. If we want to streamline things and just do that today, I'd just say, yeah, we need to hire an interim and go forth and prosper. But in between that, do we want to talk about some kind of restructuring, some kind of, fixing the problem about how things are arranged over there? Because I just don't see how we can, it's never going to be what it was, 5 months ago.
Well, and I don't know if we can have that discussion now, right? Because
I wanted to ask about that.
Personnel, we
She's
can.
shaking her head.
I'm not saying that we talk about how to restructure,
No,
but
all I'm saying is
the timeline of hiring.
I think I'm interrupting you.
The timeline of hiring a department head, that restructuring conversation should go between the interim and a permanent department head.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And you're mentioning a similar process. What we have with the interim CAO is a 1 year while looking for a person. There is structuring happening, but it's not fundamentally changing the position. I think in this way, depending on how much the restructuring affects the department, it may fundamentally affect the roles and responsibilities and needs of that position. So here would be my recommendation. We move forward with designating or giving direction to the CAO's office to find an interim. We would then, in short order, let's say in a month, be presenting conceptual ideas of restructuring as appropriate, talking about the various components of it. I don't think it has to be a lot of time to sketch out roughly what we think and then get staff feedback. That will then give us an idea of what we are hiring for, how long before that happens, and what skills we need to bring in there. And that would be relatively quick, but kind of structured out.
My only concern with that is that we've already put a lot on their plate and we're going into budget, right? The adopted budget. So maybe let's pump the brake a little bit, and then, you know, the interim might have a great idea of how to restructure as well. So why don't we give it 6 months? Or let's do this. Why don't we have the CAO find an interim for right now, and then we as a board can decide what that timeline is between now and when we want to move forward. That way we're not compressing all of these things into the next, 2 months that they're already challenged.
Well, and you bring up a really good point. I think we could delay that. The challenge being what Supervisor Campbell mentioned, that there are so many vacancies. And again, let's say we take an existing senior position who then becomes the interim, but still does not have the support of either of those positions, is now doing 2 senior roles. In terms of, we have the budget, we have a lot of these other big items. One of the others is we have vacancies where that work, I would assume, is filtering up what should be kind of more line staff work. And I don't know, it's a catch-22, because do we hire a new person to assist in capacity, but we don't know what we need yet? Or do we wait till we know better, but then we have to operate without capacity?
So our lovely HR director is here.
Oh,
So
yeah, I
why
saw
don't-
that. I was wondering if we're in trouble.
So why don't we just add, I'd have 2 questions for you. These are just pure guesses, and I was kidding about the Craigslist ad or whatever, because Ryan said it's not what it used to be.
Well,
So-
it used to be.
No, I think you should check it
That was
out.
a good place to hire people, but not anymore if you've been on Craigslist lately.
If we
A lot of
task
bad stuff there.
Roger or you to go find an intern, if you just had to take a guess, how long do you think it would take to find an interim director, to hire one? And then typically, what's the process when we're looking for a department head, which I know is different than a CAO? Is that something we run a different type of ad for, or, you know what I'm saying? Do we
Yeah,
typically go to a
so
recruiting company, or we use
We
something
will
else?
not be using Craigslist, so you can take that off of your plate. No, as you remember, I did get direction from your board to seek an executive recruitment firm to do the CAO full-time recruitment. We have been interviewing firms for that. The one that we selected already has a contract through NACO, which is obviously going to speed up the process. In fact, I believe our kickoff meeting is tomorrow. I did ask that firm about the possibility of finding an interim for the CDD vacancy as well, and that is something they are prepared to move on very quickly. So I believe within probably 6 to 8 weeks. I don't think there's any doubt that we need to get some support in there for the department, not only just to provide some relief for the assistant director who is there, as you pointed out, some of those vacancies are creating some in-the-weeds work and foundational work for the leadership staff, but also because there have been numerous questions and concerns raised about the department from the community, from the staff, from this board, and so I think having an interim in that has experience in both the planning and building side to provide some input into what, if any, restructuring needs to happen would be really valuable.
So typically, if you're going to hire like a new department head, are we using typically a recruitment company to do that, or?
No, we don't usually, because it's cost prohibitive for most of our recruitment. I mean, I think the scope that we received was between $25,000 and $40,000 for an executive recruitment firm, so we wouldn't normally do that. We would normally do them in-house.
Okay, because we'll have the same conversation, I imagine, with Parks and Rec coming up, or library, however that title is worked out.
Yeah,
So
we
that
would
sounds like-
typically run them in-house. I think the county administrative officer is pretty unique in the way that we need to do that recruitment and get a lot of community input as well. Department head input, staff input, so it's pretty layered and it needs to move pretty quickly. And using an executive recruitment firm also allows a really wide reach, far greater than what our internal staff of 4 people is able to do.
So if we ask this company to do it for the interim, it sounds like it won't cost very much.
That's correct. I believe the quote that they gave me was $12,000.
What, and I think the point I was trying to get at is that if an existing staff person moves into interim, then we need to hire a new person potentially as an assistant or create that. And if we hire a new person as interim, we maintain the assistant position because it's a capacity issue as well as a who's in charge issue. So we're gonna have to hire somebody either way. It just depends on whether we hire a director or we hire an assistant director, depending on whether anybody internally decides to move up.
I think you know, as I mentioned, the purpose of the, having a firm and having somebody come in with a totally fresh set of eyes will answer some of those questions for you, in terms of how you may want to structure and what you may be looking for in terms of skills and competencies, yes. But I don't know, when you say you want to fill the, I'm not sure I'm following your train of thought about filling the assistant. You have an assistant director. I'm not sure I understood what you meant there. Did I misunderstand your statement?
I'm just gonna go out on a limb with it. We have Brian, who's a senior member of the Community Development Department. If he was to move up to an interim position, there's still only one Brian. So now we've clarified who is officially in charge, but we have not created additional support for that position in anything we may task. That's what I'm saying. If chose not to apply in that position, then we would be hiring the more senior interim position, if that is clarifying.
No, I'm with you.
Not to dance around the bush. It's just depending on the decisions of, and come on, please join in. Good, Karen. I'm happy we're not in trouble. I saw you come in, I was worried.
Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in. I just want to try and help clarify some of your conversation. I believe that, as Karen has mentioned, that the CDD is better served finding an outside interim director. I believe somebody with more skills in the environmental coordination aspect and the planning aspect is better served for Tuolumne County as a whole. I don't know that I would be the one to fill that role on an interim basis, just to be completely humble and honest about it. So I hope that helps your decision.
It does. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So Roger, can you help bring this home for us? I think you've got the direction of we should hire an interim. Oh, yeah. Thank you. That's right. And I believe you guys have been waiting for a little while to make a public comment as well, too. So we'll open up public comment on this item. This is, again, item 22 on the recruitment of CDD director. Please come forward. You have 3 minutes to be able to address the board on this item.
I'm Jim Jordan. I'm the chairman of the Planning Commission. And so far this year, we've had 3 meetings. And I can't see that we're going to have too many more in the next couple of months with the new notification rules mandated to us. And so that indicates to me that we either don't have any people interested in developing here or we're going to leave them hanging. And in any case, I would urge you to speed up the process so we can have a staff put together meetings for us. Next, I would like to recommend that you also, in your search for a CDD, find someone who is definitely interested in, definitely has a background in communication. The thing that's missing right now for me is I don't know when there's going to be a meeting. I don't know what development that is where the earth's dug because no one is passing along that information to us. So our information hotline is cut off. And also the communication between the staff and the Planning Commission needs to be boosted. It's pretty terrible condition right now. I'm not pointing any fingers on why that is. It just is. So I recommend that you find someone who can communicate with their own staff and with the Planning Commission. Secondly, I would urge you to find someone who is interested in economic development. I think there is so much that can be done through the Planning Commission to entice people to come visit Tuolumne County. I made recommendations 5 years ago, and they've been sat on. And in full disclosure, I met with Mr. Root and Supervisor Holland and Mr. Bill to find out what the heck was going on, and I gave them a report of my searching for property for a client in Tulsa, Oklahoma. When I got to Tulsa, there were 4x8 sheets of plywood that said, this property is zoned for this. Conditional use permits allowed for this. And it made my job easy. It usually took me a week to find locations. I went around Tulsa in about 2 days. So we need a director who has that forward thinking to entice people who come up here a lot to consider building here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm here today as Vice Chair of the Tuolumne County Planning Commission, and I kind of hold two hats. I'm the President of the California County Planning Commission Association. I represent the 58 counties in California. And the big concern that I have on our board is communication. I know that some time ago it didn't happen at your board, but we have Twain Harte, we have Columbia, East Sonora, Groveland, Jamestown, and those has been disbanded. So we thought as a planning commission we would really be overloaded, but we haven't. And I know that everything is going to be done ministerial now with Title 17, and that came to our board probably a year ago, and it came after us, it came to your board. But what I'm really concerned about on Title 17, that the 58 counties that I represent, they're having the same problems. We don't know really what's going to happen for different developments that's going to be before us, that they're not coming before us. And that's really a concern because we look at different developments that's already came that was done ministerial, and we don't know anything about it. People on the street come to me and say, gee, what happened? How come the public is not in tune? They're not being informed, and the Planning Commission is not informed, and the Board of Supervisors are not being informed when it's ministerial. So I would like to see the new director take that challenge on, and I don't know if you have the authority on Title 17 to disband that. They have to do some things that's going to be ministerial, but I think it's really important that the public understands that they have an input. We do as a planning commission, and you as a Board of Supervisors. So I'm really concerned, and so I'll be taking that back. We have a conference coming up next month or 2 months, and that is going to be a big discussion. So anyhow, thank you for hearing my concern, and I hope that when you do hire a new administrator for the planning department, that these are concerned, some of the things that you might bring out. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Ree Anderson. First I wanted to say I agree with Brian. Thank you for putting it so well. I appreciate that. An interim director would be the best that was recruited so he could support them and tell them about the county. There was something that was said about code compliance being under 2 departments. It's only under CDD. It's not under Public Works. It's only under CDD. So that's one of the things I would like you to look at. It was something I was going to bring up. That's why we were having issues with Public Works related things to begin with, to start with. The grading permit, as opposed to now we're dealing with a ministerial building permit, which is under CDD. So that's a big difference. And I also want to speak to and agree with his points on Title 17. It really needs to be looked at and made so the public can really understand the changes, especially regarded to ministerial. Ministerial it seems simple, but it's very nebulous at the same time. It can be really specific when it comes to housing, especially small housing, but then it gets interpreted as something else, and it can be dangerous if misapplied, like, developing a dump, for instance. So I just really wanted to make sure that all these things are really important, especially with us. We really want to stress the code compliance part because we want the laws to be obeyed the way they're written. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon again. I think it's really important that people really understand what their role is on planning commissions and what the public is allowed to contribute to and decisions that can be made. Because a lot of these decisions are made at the state level, and the state wants things hurried up and moved along so we can have housing. So some of these ministerial things are coming directly from the state. Correct me if I'm wrong. My concern is the public perception, and you can disagree with me or whatever. And how some of you have this very arrogant, condescending smugness that you know how to run a department better than the department heads or the department staff. And you came in and wanted to do this slash and burn, and now we have a mess. And people vote with their feet, and they're doing that now. And who's going to want to come and work for you? All they have to do are watch these meetings. And I would have serious concerns about someone who would think, gee, I really want to invest my future career with this bunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any? Oh, there we go. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon. It's afternoon now, though.
It's afternoon.
Yeah. I'm on the Planning Commission, and I just want to lend my voice to what my two fellow members said here today. Whoever the interim director is, and I think it's critical that we get one quickly, communication is definitely, for me, the main factor. Other than looking at the website and seeing the occasional posts that come up on, proposed developments, we get no feedback at all. We're just hanging out there in the cold. With the state laws that have gone into effect, it seems that a lot of those state laws have, because of the ministerial process, kind of cut us out of the process, the Planning Commission, that is. And, by extension, cut the public out of the process, too. So I think that you guys will probably be getting a lot of queries from the public as to why things are being built or planned to be built in, various locations in Tuolumne County. I love the idea of the plywood. That was great. I'm all for development in Tuolumne County to try and get more business here, and I think that, down the road, that would be helpful to kind of advertise a little bit. Anyway, communication is the word for me, and I just wanted to emphasize that. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment on this item? Going once, going twice. All right, we're closing public comment on this item, bringing it back to the board. Again, this is discussion and direction on it. At least what I'm hearing is yes on hiring an interim. We haven't weighed in on whether we want to use a firm or not. If we want to give that direction. Hire an interim, hire a firm. I would recommend we begin a restructuring framework at some level. And when that framework is created, then we would hire a director to implement.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think hiring, well, going to the first question about the firm, kind of sounds to me like it's too expensive, and it's probably not a good use of funding. Is that something that you feel you could handle in-house, a recruitment for an interim community development director without going to an external firm?
I mean, yes, we could. The short answer is yes, we could. I would prefer to use the firm because they already have an established list of contacts who are specialists in this area. So that would be my recommendation.
I guess I
And I know it
misunderstood
sounds
that.
like a lot with the sticker shock of the quote, but that is actually pretty reasonable for an executive firm.
So, and what did you say it was, 35 to 40?
12,000 just for that piece.
12,000, okay.
Yes,
All right,
under
okay.
the structure with the contract that we have with NACO that Tuolumne County will be able to use for that firm, that piece of it will be 12,000. I believe that the executive recruitment was going to be 29, but I'll double check.
Okay, so, sorry, some numbers went around. You're saying about 12,000 to hire an interim through the recruitment. Okay, all right.
To identify
All right.
candidates for you to choose from, yes.
All right, so now that I understand that, I think that is a better route to go. I heard 50,000 or something, and so,
No.
I guess you were talking about the CAO recruitment, right?
I mean, altogether, I don't math, I'm a people person, but altogether, if you look at roughly 29,000 for the entire CAO recruitment and an additional 12 for the carve-out for the interim at CDD.
Okay, all right. Yeah, and I think we should do that before we, because that person that we hire could have some pretty important insight into if there is some kind of restructuring. And I also, I hesitate to say restructuring because it scares current employees. What we're talking about is making what we have existing work. So I just to say that for any employees that might be listening, we're not talking about restructuring them. We're talking about looking at where we have vacancies and making that work better. Yeah, and then after that, we would look at what to do about a permanent position. I don't know, does that sound good?
Second.
Okay, yeah, that seems fine with me too. Supervisor Holland? He looks agreeable. Call it unanimous?
Sure.
There we go. Sounds like we got unanimous recommendation on hiring a interim, looking through, sounds like a firm with the authorization to be able to add on to that, beginning whatever kind of discussions on addressing CDD issues, and then also looking for a director during that period, correct?
Correct. So what I'm taking from here is that our HR director will reach out and try to get an interim. We will work with that interim to bring back ideas regarding, again, I agree with Supervisor Campbell's wording, restructuring within the different operations of CDD, and work with the staff and the interim to bring that information back to the board and get direction on those kind of changes. And then we will begin a recruitment that will be handled in-house by our HR department for the CDD director based on that restructuring. We'll be back for direction on that a little bit
Great.
later. Okay.
All right, unanimous direction, sounds great. Okay, good. So with that, we do have reports as the end of the session. We can, I'm considering for future agendas, trying out maybe moving this to the beginning. I think at the end is, we often don't have a lot of people here and everybody's tired. So this will be maybe the last one to try having at the end. I'd like to, just for the expectation of the next couple meetings, have that at the beginning. So we'll move into reports. Then we're going to have closed session items 23 and 24 after that. So Supervisor Campbell, then Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the one thing I wanted to report on was I met with the board for Yosemite Area Regional Transit System on Monday, the 28th. And we're in a we went from being in a much better position to now, with some of these changes at the federal level, being in a much worse position, to the point where we're questioning whether or not this is even a viable source of transit for Yosemite Valley, because at this point, we're not getting much indication on whether, and I forget the source of the funding, but we're not getting much indication on whether that funding is going to be there, and it's something like $8 million that we depend on from the federal government to operate that service. Without that funding, all you're doing is putting it on the 5-member counties that operate YARTs to pay for a service that ostensibly the federal government should be doing on their own. So we're having some really serious conversations at the YARTs level about what does the future look like. We're looking at potentially taking out a line of credit, $3 million, to cover some of these costs, because we just purchased a whole bunch of buses under this promise that this money would be coming, and now we're being told it's not going, or we're being told it is one of the many funding streams that's on the chopping block. So one of the things that I've proposed is that that our chairman and some of the staff at Yards travel to Washington DC and advocate for the interest there, and I hope that they do that because I think that the service that we provide is really important, and that it's not being made clear that this is a regional transit system that's run by the counties that surround Yosemite for the service into the park, and the federal government is subsidizing that, but the majority of that cost is being borne by us, the counties. I just don't think that that message is clear to enough people. So anyway, some questions about the future there with Yards, some concerns that I have about the future, but we are not going to sit on our hands and just let it happen. I think if we advocate for ourselves strongly, it can have a pretty good outcome, but we'll see. We'll see what the next couple of years bring.
Supervisor Griefer?
Thanks. My only one real report is in July I was fortunate to go to Philadelphia to represent the county at the NACO conference. Kind of what Supervisor Campbell said, there's a lot of uncertainty about funding, and it's not just, large counties, it's small counties, all the counties are concerned. Everyone's kind of getting into their little silos and, starting to realize that they have to be prepared to handle the problems on their own, or where they got to come up with these monies and things like that. There's a lot of discussion about environmental impacts and awareness, and especially in the rural counties, they seem to have a very strong caucus when it comes to grazing and a number of things like that. So you'll start to see more, I think, data and information start to come forward regarding potential ideas about fire restriction or protection from fires and water rights and things like that. But all in all, a lot of concern, as the Supervisor Campbell stated, about what is occurring on the federal level and how it's going to trickle down to us in the county level.
That would be a good topic for the new Public Lands Institute with the RAC and everything there to look at. Supervisor Holland?
So let's see. I had a meeting with the hospital. I don't know if I brought this up or not. I had a meeting with the hospital a few weeks ago. It was pretty good. We sat and talked for a couple of hours. One of their main concerns, believe it or not, we talked the most about housing. It's a huge problem for the hospital. I mean, we talked about the new nuclear machine they're buying to check your cancer. That was all super fun stuff, but they spend almost all their time basically harping on me about housing. It's a real problem for them to get doctors here, to get nurses here. And so it was an interesting take on what they had to say about it. And so I did not expect that walking in there. Thought we'd be talking about other things, but that's what we kind of talked about. Also, I think the Finance Committee went very well, that meeting we had the other day. About 2 hours long. We piled through like our entire agenda, got it done. It's been about 2 years since that committee met, and so I think we're looking to meet more often because it seems like positive stuff's coming out of it. Different ideas brought forward. So, yeah, that's about it. We got RCRC next week, so I will bring up your idea, your thing.
What idea?
The letter. The letter.
Oh, the letter, right, yeah. Appreciate
Your
that.
idea.
I have a lot of ideas. Yeah. You got to be more
This
specific
only
than
listen
that.
to.
Oh, good. My only report is been in communication regarding one of the properties that will be coming up on a future agenda, but the idea of a partnership with Tuolumne County Arts and looking at Jamestown in a way that will basically save us having to maintain some of that. I mentioned some of these adjacent community-specific facilities. There's a way to have that not be something, we're not the best landlords. There's paint peeling. It doesn't look great. So that's an item that'll be coming up, and other than that, staying very busy. Very busy.
As much as I like to razz you, I will say that the people in Groveland was very happy to see the beautification work that was done in Jamestown. I know that's one of the things that we've kind of talked about on Main Street, and so a big shout out from my peeps to your peeps about all the work that went into that. So good job.
Thank you. All we wanted to do was kick Groveland's butt because it's such a pretty little town.
Well, you haven't even come close yet.
Okay, so with that, CEO, any report? Council, any report? How you guys doing? I know, it's 2:45. All right, we're going to adjourn into closed session. Council, do we expect a report out? Okay, there will be no report out, so, but first, we're going to read items 23 and 24. Yeah, on the agenda, for some reason, my brain's not agendaing today. Can the clerk read closed session items 23 and 24?
Item number 23, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Roger Root, interim county administrator, Liz Peterson, deputy county administrator, Karen McGettigan, human resources director / risk manager, and Deb Schuman, human resources manager, authority government code section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Item number 24, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, authority government code section 54956.9D1, national prescription opiate litigation, United States District Court for the Northern District of Ohio, Eastern Division, case number 117 MD 2804 DAP.
Wonderful. We'll open up public comment on items 23 and 24. If any members of the public would like to make a comment. Going once, going twice. All right. Public comment is closed on that. Now we are going to convene into closed session. No report out. So our video crew looks like you're off. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it. And let's do a little 10-minute quick break, and then we'll reconvene just before 3.